The Senate is now in session.
SB 143, an act expanding early college opportunities through dual credit classes.
Are there any remarks on the floor? The chair recognizes Senator Chang.
All right. So this bill was introduced partly as a way to help facilitate early access to college classes, but also to lower barriers to higher education. As we all know, to graduate college, you need a certain number of credits. And by allowing high school students to obtain these credits cheaper and earlier, we save them potentially an entire year of college, and that allows them to graduate earlier, enter the workforce earlier, enter less student debt because they're not paying for as much tuition or housing or meals. And at the end of the day, this bill was designed to help ensure more Nevadans could access higher education if they decided to pursue that option.
Thank you, Senator. The chair now recognizes Senator Enke.
I do also believe that with the higher fund allocation, with the teacher salaries, we can increase the actual want for a teacher to teach these CTE courses, allowing more passion and allowing the teacher to progress their students more. That's all I have.
The chair now recognizes Senator Hetty.
After reading the bill, I have looked through the financial section specifically, and I kind of wanted to bring attention to this about how the Collegiate Academy will receive an additional $2 million to fund and expand the program. However, this is only really an initial fund, and we don't have plans to actually expand this. And while it does give more opportunities to kids by putting a hard barrier of $100 for the expansion of student rights, I think we need to look a little bit more into this about if this would be stable for these teachers to be able to afford continuing these programs after we've already funded it. So I think we need to kind of look at that idea of this and debate that on this subject to see if we'll even be able to maintain this funding for these dual credit classes. That's all I have to say.
Seeing as there are no more people speaking on the floor, the chair recognizes Senator Allison. Are there any other remarks on the floor? Seeing that there are none, are there any motions on the floor? The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
I motion to vote on the bill.
Is there a second? The chair now recognizes Senator Chang.
Seconded.
All those in favor of the motion, the secretary will now open the vote. With 12 yeas and 0 nays, the bill has passed.
SB 158, an act related to school employment proposing provisions to close Nevada's education gaps on teacher shortages and vacancies, and providing other matters properly.
Are there any remarks on the floor? The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
I believe with the Nevada's education being so low on the national scale, I believe we should all vote on this bill. It is very substantial with what it brings, and I believe it will help Nevada with their ranking on state schooling and education.
The chair would also like to remind the Senate that as we have a limited number of bills, we would like to be very deliberative with what we pass and what we say. That being said, the chair now recognizes Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to say, I know that all across the country we're dealing with issues of teacher retention, and especially in Nevada, it is a huge issue with a ton of teachers leaving their job out of a dissatisfaction with the state of education here. So I believe that, yes, we should definitely pass this bill. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Senator Chang.
I thank the President of the Senate. I do agree that this bill has the potential to increase the ability of the state of Nevada to recruit new teachers, providing for new talent in teaching and allowing for more teachers to find jobs that allow them to sustain themselves is obviously a noble goal. And at the end of the day, helping make sure our schools are filled with competent teachers makes our next generation better. I understand that the financial tag on this bill can be scary. $50 million is not a sum of money that can be thrown around willy-nilly. However, such an amount of money is an investment in our future education. I would like to note, however, that just to bring as a point of consideration in our deliberations, that one of the many reasons for teacher turnover is not simply financial, but also the fact that declines in student behavior, modifications to curriculum, and hostile working environments can all also contribute to teacher turnover. And I question whether or not the Senate or the Assembly will be able to pass a bill that adequately addresses such an issue. I yield the rest of my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Hedy.
Thank you. My point is actually similar to Senator Chang's, but I would also like to say that, again, this is not just an issue of money. Giving the opportunity for more scholarships for teachers to get these educational courses is a good idea. However, it's also the issue of finding those teachers, because many people are not willing to actually work in the education system for things such as pay, but those who are motivated may go to districts or places where they feel more welcomed or safer. I think we need to work on our current safety standards first, because while I do agree this is a great bill in theory, where are we going to find those teachers? Because we would need a lot of people to move into Nevada. We need to come up with more incentives, because it's expensive to move. It's expensive to be able to locate to a city such as Nevada, or examples such as Las Vegas, where it's expensive to find a house there. And the education system in Clark County specifically makes it very rough for newer teachers. So while I love the idea of this bill, I think we need to consider more not just of the financial aspect of this, but how we are going to attract those teachers, not just through monetary incentive, but through some sort of stronger incentive. I leave that to the rest of you if you have any ideas, but I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Senator Allison.
Because if this bill is catering more so towards Clark County School District, I can speak towards Clark County and the...
Just to be clear, for today's session, we are not able to make any amendments. We are only able to pass or fail bills, so just keep that in mind for the rest of the senators in this room. Thank you.
I yield my time.
The chair now recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to acknowledge my other senators' views on the financial aspect. I agree that although teachers do need to be paid more, that this appears to be more of a superintendent and school district related matter. And seeing as we have less control over that, I believe they should be the ones deciding the policies for these schools, and we are the ones providing the funding. So I would say that we should leave it up to them to actually fix school district policies such as grade reform, which personally, coming from someone who's spoken to many teachers, that is a major issue, but as the Senate, I don't think we have the ability to pass a bill to force them to cease and desist on that. Also, I'm sorry, but can I use my phone to look at the legislature because I didn't bring a laptop? Okay. I yield the rest of my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
To the other senators discussing how this isn't a solution, I believe that yes, this isn't a full solution, but if we let an opportunity like this pass, because it is written well, these steps beforehand haven't been fully implemented yet, but I believe if we want these steps implemented, right now is a perfect time to set up the precursor to a better system. I yield the rest of my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Heddy.
I thank the chair. With the attention being brought to Section 5 specifically, the pay raises of 3% and 6% being paid for by the Nevada Department of Education, while I'm very proud to see that teachers would be getting pay raises to be able to, for example, afford class supplies or any other necessities, this is being paid for by the Nevada Department of Education, and we're already taking 0.5% of their K through 12 education budget. So while I am totally for this idea, we need more budget reform in this department specifically with how underfunded it is. Coming from the Clark County districts, I see it more as the funding issue for certain things, especially for pay for teachers, but that could be solved in a biannual budget. The only problem I see is where we would find that money, especially in such a short amount of time of the 2026 to 2027 year when they're finalizing contracts even before that. So the budget is definitely an issue because we're not just taking 0.5% of their budget, we're also taking an exponentially higher amount of raising teacher pay by 3 and 6% for so many new teachers that we would already be paying for teaching programs. So while I think it's a great idea for our teachers, especially in Clark County District, Nevada, where I'm more familiar with this issue, I can't say for certain that this would be a stable solution or even really a safe solution for our teachers. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Chang.
I thank the chair. I think that at the end of the day, the fiscal note it's obviously a concern that weighs heavily on our decision. But there is no school without teachers. There are no classrooms without teachers. You cannot purchase equipment. You cannot purchase textbooks. There is no amount of pencils or textbooks or printers that can make up for the presence of qualified teachers in the classroom. From my point of view, one of the largest barriers for anyone to enter the teaching profession is the high cost of attending. You have to attend university, you have to pay your way through that. That's obviously a large financial burden for a job that doesn't pay nearly as well as one would hope. Lowering the barriers to entry, giving out scholarships to potential teachers, giving new and upcoming teachers the opportunity and financial stability to seek and pursue a degree in education. All of these are incredibly valuable things that I think this bill would bring to the state of Nevada, and I believe that the state of Nevada ought to pass this bill because it grants us the ability to hire more teachers, without which there would be no education. Thank you very much.
The chair now recognizes Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to address some of my fellow colleagues' concerns regarding the costs of this bill. This bill passed in about 2 years, which will give the Nevada Department of Education plenty of time to allocate funds for this. Additionally, while it may hinder the Nevada Department of Education's budget initially, it will promote Nevada's education and thus the amount of profit it makes, which will ultimately benefit Nevada in the long term. Thank you. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I motion to vote on this bill. I yield my time.
Secretary will now open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote?
Really quick, the screen does say that SB 158 does fail. However, because we have only 12 senators in today's session, seeing that the majority lies in the yeas, this bill, please disregard the status of this bill. For future bills in this session and in the next session, if the bill has the majority in the yay or nay, that will be the official status of the bill. Is that clear to everybody? Okay. Another reminder for today, instead of saying, if you're going to make a motion to move to previous question, please say a motion to end debate discussion and move into voting for today. Thank you.
Seeing 10 yeas and 2 nays, the bill has passed.
SB 43, an act to protect the safety and privacy of students by prohibiting federal immigration enforcement officials from entering Nevada public school grounds.
Are there any remarks on the floor? The chair recognizes Senator Heady.
I thank the chair, Mr. President. Coming from the Clark County District, I have personally seen deportations happen there, especially students from the school district. And I think it actually sows fear in an environment that's already scary enough with our national plague of things such as school shootings and school violence. I feel like this is just another stressor onto students, and that's why I really believe this bill should pass. If we're going to be preventing these federal agents from going onto these campuses, I think it makes students feel a bit safer, especially in their idea that they are in a place where they can feel safe and they won't have to fear someone bursting into the door and pulling them out. I feel like schools should be a safe space, and I feel like this bill helps try and push that motivation of actually enforcing something that keeps our students safe and feeling safe. Because it's not just about if they are safe, it's how they feel. So I feel like this would help them with that. I yield the rest of my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to say that I agree with my fellow senator that federal immigration agents should not be able to enter schools. I believe that even if a child does not have a legal status within America, all people have the right to an education that is free from persecution. So I believe that we should pass this bill as it would ensure the safety and protection of our natural rights as citizens and potentially non-citizens of America. Thank you. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I understand my colleagues' concerns, this enforcement would protect these students and would allow them to go on with their days without worrying and being in danger. It would help these students feel more secure, knowing that they're in a place that is protected and secure. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Fang.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a motion to end discussion and move on to voting.
Secretary will now open the vote. Does anyone wish to change the vote? Seeing as there are 12 yeas and 0 nays, the bill has passed.
SB 17, an act requiring the timely reporting of stolen or lost firearms to a local law enforcement agency.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
I am very much in support of this bill, as we have seen before in, I believe, multiple instances of children getting their hands on a... Yes. Okay. Is this better? This?
Yeah, it's not. Can you hear me now? It's on now. Yeah, hold it up.
I apologize for that. So yeah, I do believe that this is a very important bill because we have seen before of children, once again, getting their hands on a parent's or guardian's firearms and then committing an act of violence against schools and other public places. It's not even necessarily children all the time. So I do believe that this is a very important bill, as it would require any, again, gun owner to report within a certain time frame or be fined. So this would encourage that. I believe it will slow down potentially the rate of mass violence in our nation. Thank you. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burnett.
I do agree with our Senate. I think that if a gun gets into the wrong hands, it can cause problems. So
The chair recognizes Senator Ward. Oh, as I was, sorry about that.
I would also,
Sorry about that. I said it wrong. The chair will now recognize Senator Wang.
I thank the chair. I absolutely agree with the intention of this bill. Stolen firearms, lost firearms can absolutely be used to commit mass violence. However, I feel obligated to share some of my outside experience and directly address some of my colleagues' arguments. A very similar bill was introduced to the Nevada Youth Legislature this session. And during that session, I learned several interesting things. Imagine this, you're a parent. You are a parent and your child steals your firearm. They proceed to use that firearm to commit suicide, to shoot one of their friends, to attack their school or any other public place. You as a parent, you care for that child, right? The emotional devastation of losing a child, of your child committing manslaughter, committing murder. As a parent, parents already go through so much when their child gets their hands on a firearm and that results in tragic accidents. At the end of the day, if they don't report it, if they end up not reporting it, their child shoots up their school, their child kills themselves, kills a friend. At the end of the day, slapping a $250 fine on that is not only insulting, it not only demeans their loss, but it's pointless because that parent has already lost so much. I just want to say that while I agree with the intention of this bill, I wholeheartedly agree with the idea that lost or stolen firearms should be reported, that we should try and do our best to prevent lost or stolen firearms from being used to commit violence. At the end of the day, parents, responsible firearm owners, they already go through so much if their weapon was used to commit violence. And putting them through more of that after the act, it's too much. And I think that as responsible lawmakers, as policymakers, we ought to consider the human side of our policy as well, to consider what happens to the people that we prosecute under these laws, right? The emotional distress of someone who lost their firearm was stolen, and that same firearm was then used to commit violence. Why prosecute them further? I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Senator Ward.
Thank you. Following that very nice speech by Senator Chang, I would just like to make a motion to end debate and discussion and move into voting. Thank you.
Seeing as we have further remarks, we will continue with discussion on the floor. The chair now recognizes Senator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I agree with Senator Chang that that the fine of this bill could further amplify emotional distress from parents, I also believe that the impact of that effect is relatively small compared to further risks that remain open by not passing this bill. I think that firearms licenses are given out for a reason only after background checks occur and it feels like the person obtaining the license can be trusted. When a gun is stolen, it's in the hands of someone without that background check, and the longer we wait or the longer the stolen gun remains unreported, the longer someone out there who hasn't gone through a background check is out there with a firearm and has a possibility of committing a crime with it. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes Senator Allison. One second, sorry.
My bad. While I agree with Senator Chang on the emotional impacts this bill could have on parents whose child has committed suicide or committed some sort of violent act with it, I do believe that this is a very common sense bill in relation to criminals who steal a firearm or pick up a lost firearm on just wherever. I believe the state should know that the people who have firearms are responsible gun owners. I yield my time.
The chair now recognizes Senator Hetty.
I thank the chair. Going off of a few points that many senators mentioned, for starters, you don't actually need a license to own a firearm in Nevada. So that idea of someone who doesn't have the license or doesn't have background checks, which federally background checks have been proven to not be incredibly effective compared to how many people tote them as a solution, especially considering that it's often people who can pass a background check that are the most unsafe, because it's not what they have done in the past, it's what they will do now that they do have a firearm that changes things. Another one is jumping off of Senator Chang's point. If we're going to look at that impact of parents whose children have committed suicide, suicide in adolescence, especially males, adolescents, has been rising in recent years, and I have personally seen it affect other people. I think we also need to consider, while there is that emotional and humanist aspect, there is a more tangible effect that this will bring, because if we pass this bill and, for example, as Senator Chang said, parents have to deal with fines on top of already losing their son or daughter, they also have to go through court trials to pay these fines or fight these fines. They need to deal with police officers and lengthy tip lines or lengthy paperwork, whether online or having to go in person. That this is not just difficult, but it's actually overwhelming our already strained court systems for these smaller cases that I would argue would not actually have that much of an impact. If it's stolen and then, for example, someone's child commits suicide, that's likely a less than 24-hour period. That decision is likely less than even an hour period. So to have a parent go through all that emotional toil and then have to pay a fine because of that, I think that that's, we're not considering the humanist aspect, as Senator Chang said, but we're also not considering the effect that has on our court systems and all the people around us in our community. I'll yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burby.
Okay, so I would like to state that within the bill, it says that a firearm owner must, within 48 hours of discovering the loss or theft, report it. So I believe that in cases of suicide, this would not apply, as the parent would likely find the incident and then find the gun was stolen then as well, because usually it is very fast, and I do not believe that if a child were to commit suicide, that the parent would be able to recognize and identify the stolen gun before the incident occurs, meaning that is void, I believe. And then to add on to what Senator Chang was responding with, I believe that the emotional damage aspect is not really applicable again, because this is, I believe, more of a preventative bill. So I believe we should do anything we can to stop all gun violence. So if we were to pass this, it would, once again, de-incentivize violence and potentially prevent multiple incidents. So I believe it is imperative that we pass this as just more of a preventative, I yield my time. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Fang.
Thank you, Mr. President. While I completely understand Mr. Chang's situation regarding the firearm owner and the parent, I believe the parent already has to go through filing a report that the gun was even stolen in the first place. So I believe that just filing this report would basically be the same thing, so I don't see where the emotional aspect comes out of it if the parent is already required to say that the gun was stolen, or sorry, the firearm was stolen. And I think that once that happens, it says in the bill that they wouldn't need to pay a fine. So to the senators who say that like paying a fine, I feel like once that happens, they won't have to pay a fine, which, yeah, thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Chang.
I thank the chair. I think my colleagues here have made some excellent points. I'd just like to address them right now. So if we look at the specific language of the bill, under Section 2, it states that any firearm owner who finds that their firearm has been lost or stolen must report the incident to their local law enforcement agency within 48 hours of discovering the lost or theft. Now, nowhere in that language does it state that the owner does not have to file a report after the gun has been used to commit a murder or suicide. So I'm just going to say this. If the parent doesn't file a report that their child just killed themselves with a gun that they stole, well then, that parent gets fined because their child just killed themselves. Is that fair? At the end of the day, I'd also like to make this point, that the prosecution can simply choose to drop any case that they choose, right? No prosecution. Imagine you're the prosecution. You're the prosecution. And you have to prosecute someone whose child just killed themselves. And now they're being dragged to the witness stand. They're being put on trial. They have to pay a fine because their child just killed themselves with a stolen firearm. No prosecutor wants to be in that position. We are putting our prosecutioners, our attorneys, in extremely difficult situations where they're facing distraught mothers, confused fathers, grieving brothers and sisters, and family members that simply want to be left alone. Right? There is no scenario in which it is acceptable to drag someone whose child just committed suicide to court because they didn't report a stolen firearm. And once again, I'd like to bring your attention to Section 2. It doesn't say that you don't report the theft after the incident has occurred. They have to report it regardless. So I'd like to yield my time because this bill, it just puts too much emotional strain on our courts, on our prosecutors, and on grieving families. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes Senator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. The only real detriment we've discussed caused by this bill is the emotional distress on parents. And while it is true that 50% or over 50% of stolen guns are stolen by family members, at the same time, that also means just under 50% of stolen guns occur by strangers or someone else not related to the family and that aren't related to, family suicides or school shootings, etc. And among those 50%, 10% of stolen guns are also used to commit a crime, and every single one of those is another person mugged or maybe even killed. And at the end of the day, those effects are a lot more detrimental to our society than a small fine that only amplifies an already miserable experience. Yeah, thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to question the ability to enforce this bill. Section 2 states, any firearm owner who finds that their firearm has been lost, stolen, must report, etc. I would like to question the language of find. What does find mean? Is it if one day someone notices that their firearm is gone? Or is it if they're walking by and they see, oh, and it's in the peripheral vision? What exactly does find mean here? And what if someone discovers that their firearm has been missing for 72 days, but because they do not want to have a fine, they say, oh, I discovered that my firearm was missing 2 days ago. The lack of ability to enforce this bill questions the integrity of this bill. Also, if an intruder breaks in and steals a firearm, and then the owner discovers that the firearm is gone, but then is attacked by the intruder and is unable to speak, whether for emotional or physical reasons, would this bill still be charged on them, even though they are unable to report this? I yield my time.
Chair recognizes Senator Heady.
I thank the chair. I would actually like to quickly respond to Senator Burpee when they said that this was meant to be a preventative measure. This is actually something that is after the fact. It doesn't really prevent anything in this legislation. It doesn't try to enforce safety guidelines. It just says if it's reported, if it's stolen, please report it. I would argue that most people would already report their gun stolen, and there's already processes for that and for reporting a stolen item. But there was also an issue that I have with the system where we are putting down the make, model, and serial number. While I believe that's amazing for cataloging firearms that may be used in a crime or sold illegally to someone else, a lot of firearms that are taken or sold illegally get their serial numbers scratched off or false ones put over them. This has been an issue for example, the cartels, where serial numbers are either taken off completely or the firearms are modified or documents are forged. So I don't think, if we're going off of the argument that this is supposed to help, for example, if a firearm is stolen and used in a crime in another state, that we can trace back a line of theft, then I don't think that this is necessarily accurate, because there's many cases where they'll just scratch the firearm serial number off because they know that it may be caught. I don't think this actually prevents anything at all. I think it actually just entices criminals to falsely modify these weapons to make it more difficult for law enforcement to actually track where they have come from, which most politicians would call it ghost guns. But I think that this doesn't actually prevent anything, and in many cases it incentivizes criminals to just hide their tracks better. I yield my time.
Chair recognizes Senator Cow.
So building off of the argument from, I believe, Senator O'Brien and Senator Burpee, I believe that the moral issue isn't just on parents. I feel like the issue with gun violence in America currently isn't just based over parents, and that we shouldn't just focus the argument off of what the parents feel that their children have done, because not only is it based off of what the parents are feeling, but also the others involved. As an argument as well to what I believe it was Senator Heady said about it not being preventative, I sort of agree with that. As for in section 3, where it says the fine will be up to $250 and $500 for multiple offenses, I feel that is sort of a slap on the wrist, as it's not. Personally, I feel that fine isn't enough for the issue that has happened, but also because it's rather difficult to report a weapon that's been missing within the 24 hours. I don't remember who mentioned it, but for example, if a weapon you found on the road, but then it's been there for so long, would you get fined for that? Because if you didn't know it was missing, or an incident occurred where you weren't in the position to say if you had the, if you knew what was wrong with it, but then both the moral factors about the parents, I feel like that's just such a narrow view of the parents that this bill shouldn't be pursued just because of how the parents feel. I yield my time. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Allison.
So while I agree with Senator Burpee and the spirit of this bill, I actually question the usefulness of this bill, because I think any typical law-abiding gun owner would immediately report a stolen gun once they've found it. That's all I have to say, and I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
To respond to what Senator Allison just said, I believe that yes, this bill is not targeting responsible gun owners, but irresponsible ones. It encourages responsible gun ownership by maintaining a record and identifying when and where your firearm is at all times. And responding to Senator Chang, I believe that, like, once more, I'm sorry, I'm kind of blanking here, but like, okay, I'm gonna skip that one real quick since but when it comes to the ghost guns, as was stated by Hetty, I believe, I really don't think that is as big of an issue as we are making it when it comes to stolen firearms, because it is very helpful for us in this bill to catalog when a firearm is stolen and what it is. Even if it is scratched off, I believe that in the cases it is not, that would be very helpful. And also, to add on to the notion that people are finding guns on the street and then stealing them, I would very much like to doubt that responsible gun owners are routinely losing their carry weapon on them in the middle of the street. And I believe that they would notice it was gone pretty quickly and then return it to their possession. So yes, I would like to yield my time. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would also kind of like to further delve into the limitations of this bill. I really do believe it has a good spirit to it, but I do remember it was brought up, like, how, like, if a family member did find it within an hour, like, there would be exemptions, but as the bill stands, there's nothing about that. So I think the bill would be solid if there were maybe exemptions, like, given to families that find and recover the firearm within the time period. But as it stands, I agree with the stance that it would just cause a lot of unnecessary trauma to families that are already suffering.
Chair recognizes Senator Chang.
I thank the chair. I think I've spoken sufficiently about the emotional harms of this bill, so I just wanted to add on to the continued questioning of the actual effectiveness and pragmatic applications of this bill. A responsible firearm owner generally keeps their firearm in a safe, in a hidden area, somewhere that's not frequently accessed. This is done for the express purpose of preventing that firearm from being stolen. So when you have a firearm in a safe in an area that you don't generally visit, most people generally don't open their firearm safes every day or frequently just to check if their gun is still there. Responsible firearm owners know that their firearms are safe. But if a child or a spouse or a partner or a visitor simply steals the gun from the safe, closes the safe back up and locks it, the firearm owner has no reason to suspect that the firearm is no longer in the safe. If the person that steals the firearm then goes on to commit a crime, the firearm owner could still have no idea. This bill doesn't really help when it comes to preventing gun crimes. It doesn't really help when it comes to addressing stolen firearms. And truly, I don't think the emotional costs, the judicial costs, the costs on families is sufficient in order to justify the lack of pragmatic applications for this bill. I yield the rest of my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Nguyen.
I'd like to agree with Senator Rodriguez. I think in Section 2, like, some of the vocabulary is, like, very non-specific. So I just think that, there's a lot of things that could happen, and this law wouldn't like be specific on.
Chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I was listening, I remembered what I was going to say. I believe that any responsible gun owner, like Mr. Chang said, will keep their gun in a safe. I believe that would make it very hard for a child to access, especially without a code. So I believe that simply opening that safe is not an option for children most of the time. And I also believe that when it comes to the limitations of enforcing this law, there are many things that are unaccounted for, but I still believe it is overall a good bill. And when, like, let's say that a family member commits suicide and it is found and stolen, it still says within 48 hours. So they then have the ability to report that stolen gun, and they will not have to pay a fine. Because likely, if they're in the same house, they will hear that, and if not, there would likely be exemptions, especially if they're like out of state or something. I bet you the courts would be willing to make exemptions on those. So overall, I believe this bill is as specific as it needs to be for its use, and any further issues with it should be handled by the courts in their administration of the cases. So I would like to motion to end debate, as I believe all topics have been sufficiently covered. Thank you. I yield my time.
The Secretary will open the vote. Seeing as, or does anyone want to change their vote? Seeing as there are 5 yeas and 7 nays, the bill has failed.
SB 167, an act to increase the waiting time periods for the sale of guns in order to reduce gun-based suicide rates in Nevada.
The chair recognizes Senator Rodriguez.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to question the ability, just the purpose of this bill. Many citizens already own firearms, so restricting the impulsive purchase of firearms may not be important if the majority of people already own firearms. Time. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I wanted to say that actually the majority of Nevadan citizens do not own guns, just less than half do. And so this will, in fact, have a good impact. And furthermore, this is a law that wouldn't only improve or like alleviate suicide rates. It also applies to other gun actions that happen out of impulse, such as school shootings. And I think overall, it could reduce the amount of crimes that are founded in anger and depression and mistrust for the world, essentially. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that this is a pretty much a common sense bill. I don't think there is any situation that demands the immediate access of a gun. So if you are going to purchase a gun, I think it is completely reasonable for you to have to wait a period before you can actually use the weapon. And yeah, I just think that this law only promotes safety, and I think there's no drawbacks to it. Thank you. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Heddy.
I thank the chair, Mr. President. I would just like to recite a comedy skit I once heard about a man who was considering buying a firearm for killing himself, but he was too poor to afford it, and thus he just got really interested in firearms because he kept researching them. And while it was part of his sketch, and I'm not doing his joke justice, I personally have met people who definitely would have considered this option had they been of age to afford a firearm. And I know that if it was in this current status quo where they wouldn't have had to wait, they would not be alive today. I think this waiting period gives time for things such as friends to reach out, family to ask how someone's day is going, or just something in their life to change. There's many stories online, or some in my personal life, where someone was going through a rough time and were considering other options, but it was just a small period of time. Could have been a couple days, maybe an hour, maybe just a conversation right after saying something that helped them change their minds, helped change their outlook on life a little bit. And this 10-day period, I think, is long enough to allow for that change to actually happen while not being too tedious for people who want to defend themselves, for example, after just turning 18. Even after my staunch support of this bill, I will say that I don't know how I feel about every firearm purchase being a 10-day wait. But overall, I think this would be incredibly beneficial. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. As one of the people that he has described here, I was in very severe depression a few years back, and if I was of age, I would not be here today. So I do believe this is a very, very important bill, as it would stop a lot of very impulsive suicides that are irreversible. And I would also like to say, for the limitations and stuff, for every firearm, I feel like that would include stuff like kind of hunting trips. Like I feel like that's what you're talking about here. So it's like if you want to buy a rifle for a hunting trip and you got to wait 10 days, I feel like that would be kind of annoying. At the same time, I feel like that's easily planned around as you have advance warning for all that. So I believe this bill is pretty comprehensive and has very few drawbacks, if any. So I would like to motion to end debate and go to vote. Thank you. I yield my time.
The secretary will open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing as there are 12 yeas and no nays, this bill is passed.
SB Bill number 92. An act creates the Nevada Intergenerational Care Facility Grant Program, which will offer funding to elder care facilities that agree to integrate child care services.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison. The chair recognizes Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to rise in support of this bill. I believe that it offers a unique solution to the child care crisis that is presented within Nevada, where there is a lot of shortages for child care opportunities for parents. And I also think it presents an interesting solution to the issues of maybe a lack of connections between generations. I think such a program would foster connections of goodwill between the youth and the elderly. And also, I think it's important to consider that maybe the lonely elderly citizens that are stuck within elderly homes would appreciate these connections that are presented by this bill. Thank you. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burnett.
I would also like to support this bill. I believe this bill aims to support students in their mental health, and also it aims to improve the school environments, and I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do very much agree with this bill. I can't remember where, but I've read studies that show that the elderly interacting with youth helps to keep their mental faculties sharp. So it would definitely help with their quality of life. And again, yeah, as Ward said, it would very much help with childcare, which is a big issue, especially for rural applicants, which it says on here. So that would really help with parents who need to make ends meet and can't afford daycare. They could send them to an elder facility and would be beneficial for both parties. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Feng.
Thank you, Mr. President. As someone who didn't have close relationships with my grandparents and didn't even meet some of them, I believe this is a very important bill, and from that, I would like to make a motion to end discussion and move on to voting.
The secretary will now open the vote.
Will everyone please make sure to vote on SB 92? Thank you.
Does anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing as there are 10 yeas and 2 nays, the bill has passed.
SB 107, an act related to education, declaring the creation of a new state board, mandating student education advisors to be selected onto the executive board in this state, and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Seeing as this bill is pretty long, I will allow for 2 minutes of reading time. The, the chair now recognizes Senator Enke.
I believe this is a great bill to make sure that students have a voice in the student government in their local area. I was an advocate for a student representative getting put on the Douglas County School Board, and in the next coming year there will be a Douglas representative in this school board. I did not make this bill, I did not write this bill, but I do support it because it allows student representation in a board where not much is student represented. They're going off, most of the time, their own political agendas, and I don't believe a school board should be like that. I believe a school board should allow for a student environment to thrive, and I believe student representation is needed. Thank you, Chair.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I would very much like to agree with this bill. It is extremely comprehensive and leaves almost nothing to the imagination. And I really do believe that appointing more students to roles where they can influence education is very impactful, because currently a lot of, from what I've heard from teachers, is that the councils that govern the schools do not have enough experience from within the school districts, whether that be teachers or students in that district. And I believe active students would be able to provide a very unique perspective and would definitely encourage education. So I believe this is a very open and shut bill. And if everyone would be fine with this, I would like to propose a motion to vote. Thank you.
Seeing as there are other speeches on the floor, I will continue discussion. The chair now recognizes Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I suppose there's not much I can add on after Senator Enke and Senator Burpee. I would like to stand also in complete support of this bill. They've pretty much said what I was going to say, so I would like to second Senator Burpee's motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Allison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to note the well thought out manner of this bill. This is a very good bill, and I deeply support it. I agree with Senator Burpee and everything he said. I think that having a student body have a voice on the school board and making school decisions which will impact them greatly, I think that's very important, and it's a voice that they currently do not have. So I yield my time.
Chair recognizes Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And while I agree with the intent of this bill, I have to go against it because Section 1F1 under that says that student advisors that are appointed must live in the county or chartered zone. And while these may be very apparent on a map, this may not always be true, because it may be one's local school, but it may be their county may be divided. Personally, I've had a teacher who, and I live in Las Vegas, but my teacher lived in Mawapa, and although he taught in Las Vegas, he lived in Mawapa. So while I agree with the intent of this bill, I believe this bill is too exclusive of people who may not be able to live in the same county or chartered zone of the school that they go to. Thank you. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Heddy.
I thank the chair, Mr. President. I will say that I love the idea of this bill. Having student representation from the inside, a lot of these councilmen and women actually have very little ideas of what's happening in their schools because they either don't or can't visit them often, or they don't get the full stories, or they just don't have the experience of even being from these school districts, having been in these schools or educated there. But one issue I am having with it is it's an incredibly lengthy and comprehensive bill, which may be why I'm having trouble. It's not stating their exact voting power, or at least I have not found that states that, as Senator Burpee said, that the council men and women who get appointed often have political agendas that actually conflict with the well-being of the students, and then often they're just there to fill that agenda. And I think that's terrible, especially for our students who need what's best for them, not what's best for a party or someone's business. But I will say that I wish that they had more power or presence within these council meetings, because this states that at least 4 times a year. I do not currently know the minimum amount for a chair committee meeting for our departments of schools, but once a month. Thank you. Once a month, I actually would argue that that should be more of a minimum here. Granted, if these students are high enough achieving to go for this council, we'll probably do it more often. But just the amount of power they have compared to if they'll even be listened to these councilmen, I think that that's something that we truly need to consider if we want true representation for the student body. I yield the rest of my time.
Chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I would like to state that I believe my fellow senators, although I do agree with some of these issues, I believe that they are trying to find very minor discrepancies within this bill just exclusively to shoot it down. I believe that this is once again, a very comprehensive bill that, so I really do believe that this is in the best interest of the people, and we should not be pushing our own individual agendas as senators, and we should instead be voting as to what would benefit the people of Nevada. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
Yeah, just about what Dexter said. I do believe that, so I'm not saying that you guys are trying to shoot it down or trying to find reasonings and holes, but yes, they do not get representation, but that still doesn't make it so their opinion isn't heard. School board politics will always be something in a school board, but I don't believe that a student shouldn't have to be there for, or I believe a student should be there for representation. And if the school board does get political, that student can advocate for new school board appointees when the next school board voting is in session. So I yield my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
Just responding to Senator Rodriguez and what he said, I believe those to be extremely, extremely rare edge cases where an educator or student lives in another county of where they are taught in school. Maybe that's more common than I would think, but I don't believe that to be so common. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Cow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So on behalf of a student in the Clark County School District, I believe that having, 2, as mentioned in section 1D, the board must consist of 1 student education advisor per county school district. And I feel like CCSD being the 5th largest school district in the United States, consisting of over 300,000 students, I feel as if 1 or 2 students representing the county as itself wouldn't be sufficient as compared to other counties with a much larger or a much smaller school district. On top of that, I feel like this bill has really good intentions. I 100% agree with how this bill would be supposed to go, but then I wouldn't agree with the amount of representatives that it takes per county or school district, sorry. I feel as if it'd be more sufficient if the the amount of student representatives were based off of the school district population as a total. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Feng.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would have to add that, again, I do completely agree with the fact that students on this board, student representative on this board should have more power. However, I do also believe that representation is still representation, and responding to Mr. Cow's statement, yes, CCSD is really big and 1 or 2 representatives may not be enough, but that is still representation, and that is still a small step into a more more representation coming from the county itself. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Chang.
I thank the chair. I'd like to agree with the opposition to this bill based on the fact that this bill gives the board very little actual power. I think that proponents of the bill saying that it grants representation perhaps overlook the fact that these students still have a voice and can still influence their state's policies on education through other means as well. Motivated students, no matter whether or not they're serving on a board or not, can still reach out to superintendents, to principals, to members of the Board of Education, to their legislators. There are many avenues in our state's democracy wherein we can reach out as students to help influence what's going on in our own schools. I don't think that this is a problem that needs to be legislated on, and I don't think that creating a board with no real power to actually influence things is a good idea. I don't think that we should pass this bill because it doesn't actually help solve any problems, and I think that at the end of the day, what we should prioritize is encouraging students to simply stand up on their own merits and advocate themselves. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
To the point where the advisors don't get any power on the board, first I believe that would be a board discretion thing, where the advisors would get a power if the board allowed it. But I do not believe that most students, not myself included, but many students I know have a huge thing with talking to teachers. They don't talk to teachers, their principal. They don't speak their mind. And does that mean their voice is less? Does that mean that they don't have an opinion on a certain idea? No, it doesn't mean that. And allowing a advisor from the school district on the board would allow for a student representative to influence the board, even though they might not have power. And additionally, that it is easier to talk to a student, not a teacher or a principal. And talking to a principal, again, can be very, very, very scary for many kids. And allowing students to represent other students and allow students to talk to other students about issues is such a great way to represent them. And I do believe that this bill should pass because of that. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I still believe that we are trying to poke holes in a bill that is, once again, so comprehensive that I believe it is common sense to pass it. Even if they don't get power, it is so difficult to send in letters to the superintendent and have them actually listen and consider your recommendations. So I believe even if it is just one representative in the board, it is better than having hundreds of kids mail in or write in or talk with the superintendent, because likely they're not going to listen unless they're being directly acknowledged by the state, which is what this would do. It would force them to listen directly to the board. Even if they don't follow it, it is still better than having them be able to completely ignore them, because it would show like the students would be able to voice their opinions directly in a formal setting where they would be forced to be listened to. So I believe that alone is enough power. So I believe that this vote should be passed. And if anyone, if everyone is fine, I would like to motion to end debate. Thank you.
Secretary will now open the vote.
Again, sorry, not anymore.
Does anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing that there are 11 yeas and 1 nay, this bill has passed.
SB 87, an act relating to aims increasing educational options in rural Nevada, especially in Lincoln County High School. It provides funds for infrastructure and career technical education to ensure that rural kids have equal access to high-quality learning environments.
The chair recognizes Senator Senator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that the intentions of this bill are good, and I support it. I just wanted to point out the kind of ambiguity of identifying schools based on the fact that they have outdated classrooms, hazardous environments, and a lack of science and technical laboratories. I think a better bill would simply provide funding for the schools that already lack funding, and that's all. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, I agree that the intention of this bill is good, but I also believe it lacks a lot of specificity that is necessary. Such as in Section 3, it states that the Nevada Department of Education will work with internet providers to deliver dependable internet to all rural students by 2027. There's no outline of these goals or how this will be achieved or how we'll secure such funding for such a large goal. So I think there are a lot of flaws with this bill. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
Well, I think this bill is pretty important. I mean, looking at the sections on rural education and working with internet providers, that's extremely important because a lot of those kids don't have access to reliable internet connections, and that's very important, especially in our modern age where interactions with the internet and other digital technology is, you basically can't live your day without it. So I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Heady.
I thank the chair, Mr. President. Looking at this bill, I love the ideas that it puts forth. I do have a few issues of it, as mentioned before, ambiguity. This says that the state will provide funding for improving facilities, which I think is amazing, but it doesn't say from what budget. I would assume the Nevada Department of Education, but it also says that schools will be able to go for grants that rural schools can apply for grants to expand CTE programs, including welding, agriculture, et cetera. It goes on. It doesn't say what grants, and these grants, do they exist? According to this bill, they likely do, but are these federal grants? Are these grants that the state already has? This isn't really specified, and while I assume that these school districts and school heads are capable of finding these grants, giving them permission to find them is a little odd in wording. And also, I have a little bit of an issue with the internet provider by 2027. Internet is incredibly important, especially for education now with so many things being digitized, but trying to get internet service, reliable towers that are able to service an entire area, it's expensive and a very lengthy process. By 2027, I feel like that's just not very possible because of how many rural areas there are in Nevada, how many companies they would have to work with to try and get cell towers, internet providing cables out to these areas. While I absolutely love the idea of funding this, especially with rural Nevada, the 2027 deadline just feels way too constricted for this to be able to effectively help our students and for these internet companies to actually be able to complete the task, if they even agree. But I rescind my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. In spirit, I love this bill. I personally believe it is a very great bill, and it would benefit a lot of students. But I'm sorry to be that senator, I guess. But I would like to call into question what rural is defined as, because they never define that here. We have no definition. There's no exact school districts except for Lincoln County High School, and that's not a district, I'm sorry. But like, I would very much like it if the bill had specified where they are. And with the deadline concerns, personally, I believe that that's a reasonable deadline, because if we were to focus our efforts into getting this bill passed, we could definitely do that, and it would benefit students today instead of way further down the line. So I would like to yield my time. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And bouncing on a lot of my fellow senators' ideas, such as Senator Burpee, I would question the emphasis on rural schools. And while I certainly do believe that, yes, in a perfect world, they should have many opportunities and stuff, I question the negligence of many of our urban schools. My zone school, which is Cimarron Memorial, fortunately, they are going through construction now to renovate, but I know there are many schools within urban cities that are in desperate need of construction. So while I do believe that, yes, rural schools should be updated, so should our urban schools too. Thank you. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Nguyen.
So I fully support this bill because I've met a lot of people from rural towns who just don't have access to a lot of education as I do, who lives in Las Vegas, a very large urban place. I've noticed that a lot of these people, they don't have the same type of classes that maybe could explore different careers, like medical assisting or something like that. They have a very straightforward path, like math, science, social studies, or English, and that's about it. So I think that this bill would greatly widen horizons and put more people in different spots in the workforce instead of just one straight path.
The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
So I feel like we're all seeing that we're just not supporting this bill, but are we saying that these students in the low population urban areas don't deserve more classes? They don't deserve a better curriculum or internet to do their there's a school program at my school where you can apply for a grant that allows you to have a personal hotspot for school activities and technology at your house. And most like urban schools do not have that because they don't have proper internet and Wi-Fi. And this bill would allow urban schools to have that Wi-Fi and have that ability to have better important classes or better variety of classes. And if we pass this bill, it'll allow classes that have more advanced structures and more needed service to say that it's a very the curriculum that gets updated a lot. And if the school doesn't have that Wi-Fi, that proper technology, that no students actually has a proper education because the urban areas won't be able to get their hotspot, their internet technology to allow them to learn more and further. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
Yeah, so I agree with Senators Burpee and Senator Enke. We have a duty to these rural Nevadans to give them a high-quality education. And I do agree with Senator Hetty. The cost of this bill seems substantial. And I also disagree with the constricting sort of deadline, 2027 deadline. I would like if it was longer, but I still fully support this bill. I think we should pass it because overall it is very good and its effects will be very, very beneficial. Thank you. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Cow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as I do agree with the overall idea of this bill, I just find it not very feasible. As mentioned by Senator Hetty, the expenses for the Wi-Fi itself would be very, very pricing. And to my understanding, nowhere in the bill does it explain where this funding will come from. And not just Lincoln County, but also all the other rural districts and counties in the state of Nevada. That will just all be extremely costly. As I personally come from Las Vegas, I go to Coronado High School in Henderson. We recently have, or I'm pretty sure all the schools in our district have had a financial cut where a lot of teachers were let go. So I feel like already we are in a loss or shortage of financial stability. So I feel like if we extended that reach even further to the rural areas where we tried reaching out to getting internet and towers posted up for those rural areas to get opportunity for the students, that would just be very costly for something we might not have in our availability. Additionally, I'd like to agree with, contrary to Senator Ake, I feel that the funding for this was, again, not mentioned. So I feel like financially speaking, this bill was just very narrow and broad in that area. So there wouldn't be much to discuss. I still agree with the overall agreement of the bill, but I just feel like it's rather narrow and broad as to where a lot of the funding will come from and where the, just where the funding will come from. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Chang.
I thank the chair. Before we vote on this bill, I just wanted to make the observation about the fundamental deficiencies that come with going to school in a rural area. Going to school in a rural area means that you have less access to the same level of facilities, of support, and of opportunities that living in a city like Las Vegas or Reno might provide. Living in urban areas provides proximity to tutoring centers, to high-quality educational programs. It provides access to higher quality sports teams, and it provides access to competitions which can help develop a student's academic and civic duties. As a personal example, I do speech and debate up in the Sagebrush district for NSDA. And the ELCO team that drives 6 hours every single tournament here and back sacrifice immensely in order to participate in an activity that they enjoy. There are fundamental inequities inherent to the fact that some students live far from population centers, from centers of opportunity, and far from opportunities where they can show themselves and demonstrate their abilities to others. At the end of the day, I support this bill because I feel that it helps make up for the fact that some of these students will never get the opportunity to truly explore their possibilities, and that some of these students will face immense challenges simply to receive the same opportunities, same support, and same ability to demonstrate their proficiencies to colleges as we do here in urban areas. I just wanted to leave you with that observation, and I want to encourage my colleagues to vote for this bill because it helps address these fundamental inequities that plague our state. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Senator Feng.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really, really like the idea of this bill, but I feel like, as Senator Cal said, that this bill lacks specificity regarding funding in rural areas. I'd also like to urge my fellow senators to draw the distinction between the idea of this bill, because I can confidently say that all of us agree on the idea of this bill, and really focus on what this bill actually says and how it lacks so much specificity, and along with the former comments on the year 2027 being not enough time for the funding and infrastructure to take place.
The chair recognizes Senator Heady.
Thank the chair. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to say that Nevada got a C+ on our report card when it comes to our infrastructure. The American Union for Civil Engineers gave Nevada as a state a C+ on our infrastructure. We've gotten checked, I believe, every 5 years since the 1980s, since they started doing these checks. Our infrastructure is clearly the issue. It's not our beliefs on rural education or even our real capacity to solve these problems. It's that we're not looking at the true root issue. It's not that these schools don't have enough money. It's that we have not been supporting everything around these schools. Programs like Elon Musk's Starlink or Verizon and T-Mobile home internet, which has recently been trying to expand more to rural areas, is an incredible solution that private companies are making to actually solve this inequity in our rural areas. And personally, even living in an urban environment in Clark County District, I can't get stable access to internet. Going out constantly almost every day or week. My school can't even get consistent access to internet. Being a school of only about 600 people, far less than the thousands of the larger public schools, which I can only imagine the issues of their internet there. This is not an issue of rural or urban. This is clearly an issue of infrastructure, and this bill does not properly address it. I cannot in good faith pass a bill that doesn't truly help our people and actually could diminish it by not focusing our priorities in the right direction. And I actually motion to vote.
The secretary will open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? This bill fails with 4 yeas and 8 nays.
SB 73, an act to increase safety near school zones by increasing DUI regulations, targeting impaired driving near educational institutes, and funding strategic traffic improvements in memorial of Arborview High School senior Mackenzie Scott.
Are there any remarks on the bill? The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that this bill is a really good idea, especially given that it directly acknowledges a death that happened because of these issues that it addresses. And the schools drive home, especially with like the every 15 minutes, I believe it was, program that shows the dangers of drunk driving. And I really do believe that instituting this bill would be beneficial for all students and overall the county, as it would decrease emotional stress caused by these incidents and would help to persecute those who still refuse to acknowledge the threat that they pose when they drive impaired. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
I believe there's a statistic somewhere saying that after graduation or the night of graduation is one of the most deadly nights for students when it comes to drunk driving. And some of those are at certain school events that are hosted at the school. And if we allow this 1,000-foot area to be implemented, we make the safety of these students so much more in hand, and we allow these students to actually feel safe when they are driving, even if they're not drunk, and it allows a better policy for alcohol in schools, and it just allows a better and safer environment for students, especially when it comes to graduation or prom or any school event that is hosted within the school area. So I am in favor of this bill.
The chair recognizes Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also completely support this bill. I think it correctly prioritizes student safety above all else. And coming from the community of where my zone school is, Arborview, I can attest to how just devastating this entire tragedy was. And I think that this bill absolutely correctly deals with that tragedy, and I think that we should absolutely pass this bill because of its prioritizations of safety.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
I think this is a very common sense bill. I would be surprised if there was much opposition. It's very well written, and I actually really like Section 4B, which includes that no more than 7% of funds shall be used for administrative overhead or personnel salary. That, I think, makes it so that the majority of the funds are ensured to go where they're supposed to go instead of the admin and overhead salaries. I would vote yes on this bill, and I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to start a motion to vote on the bill.
The secretary will open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing a unanimous yay, this bill is passed.
SB 86. In Act, provisions will be set to ensure educational changes and legal notices made by the NDE, school districts, or otherwise are made public and easily accessible through official school and grading websites.
Are there any remarks on the floor? The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
I fully support this bill. Reading over it, it appears as it is just trying to strengthen communication between the community and the leaders of the educational community. I believe overall it's just beneficial, even if it's not that big of an impact. It would very much strengthen connection and decision-making policies and make a more informed public. So given the lack of questioning here, I would like to motion to vote if that is okay with everyone. I yield my time.
As there are other speakers, I'll allow them to speak first. The chair recognizes Senator Nguyen.
Yeah, just like Senator Burpee said, this is like a very straightforward bill. I think, all students would just benefit from having announcements made public and easily accessible. So yeah, I think I support it, and it's very straightforward.
The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
I would like to reiterate what Dexter said. I would like to start the voting for this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
The secretary will open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing 12 yeas and 0 nays, this bill is passed. We will now be taking recess for lunch, and the Senate will reconvene at 1. Correction, lunch should end at 12:30.
Really quick, can you guys check the official Nevada Boys State group me? Round 2 of Senate is officially released from the Assembly bills.
I call this session back to order. Also, two quick notes. Make sure that you are being very careful with the electronics. We don't want you messing up anything because this is official government property. And then two, we will also have a very short a recess at 2 o'clock so that you guys can stretch and go to the restroom. So if you need that, do it during that time, please. Also, we will be starting off with a bill from round 1, and then after that, we will be focusing on the assembly bills that just passed the assembly.
SB 23, an act protecting the natural beauty of Lake Tahoe.
The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
We can't really do much with Lake Tahoe because it is 2/3 majority with California. So unless we collide with California, we're not going to be able to do anything to Lake Tahoe.
The chair recognizes Senator Heddy.
I thank the chair, Mr. President. I really think we should pass this one because it actually is saving us money in the long run because we're not developing just on our side what California does. Personally, I think that they should stop the development as well to preserve the sanctity. But this doesn't push more funding unnecessarily where it needs to be. It actually saves us money, and it's helping the environment at the same time. I really see no real downsides to this bill, so I motion to take a vote on it.
The secretary will open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing 8 yeas and 7 yeas and 5 nays, the bill has passed. At this time, we will now be moving to the round 2 bills in order to vote on the bills that pass the Assembly.
AB 32, an act to change and balance the regulations on pepper spray.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
I'd just like to say right now that, like, this bill doesn't do anything. Parents can buy their kids pepper spray at any time. Like, I really don't see what the point of this is because they're minors anyways. So it's like, if they wanted to buy pepper spray, they couldn't, I guess. But at the same time, they could just ask their parents if they were that concerned about getting pepper spray. And then the no size limit on pepper spray containers. I have no idea if there is an actual size limit already. But I just don't see how this does anything substantial for the state of Nevada. So I would vote no on this one. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
Okay, so I disagree with Senator Burpee because as of now in Nevada, you have to be at least 18 to carry pepper spray. This would make it so people over the age of 16 and 16 can buy pepper spray as a self-defense tool, and children younger than that with parental consent are able to use pepper spray or carry pepper spray to defend themselves as well, which I would agree with. But also I agree with Section 2, pepper spray shall not be restricted to individuals with a criminal background, including felony convictions. Currently, felons in Nevada cannot buy pepper spray, and I think that's odd because pepper spray is seen to me at least as a self-defense tool. If you wanted to harm anybody, you would have to do something else. Maybe you would hit them with the pepper spray, then use something else, but the pepper spray is generally just a self-defense tool, and I think everybody should have the right to defend themselves. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
Senator Allison, that is not what the bill says. It is under, or anyone, what was it under? Young is 16, so not everyone can get the bill. Additionally, I know many females especially that already carry pepper spray as young as 15, and I don't think a cop will ever cite someone or put them in the judicial system for wanting to defend themselves, so I do not think we should pass this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Burnett.
I agree with our Senator Inke on not passing this bill. I say this because having everyone like with having little kids with parental control, parental like, give me a second, but having little kids carry pepper spray is not really safe because kids, of course, their parents will want their kids to have self-defense, but kids with pepper spray, I don't think it'll go very well in schools specifically. And my time. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Chang.
I think the chair I think that passing this bill is actually extremely important for defending the rights of our those with criminal backgrounds, and helping them get a fresh start and helping them have full rights as citizens. I agree that there are certain cases where it could be dangerous for some people to have pepper spray, especially young people or children who don't fully understand the consequences. However, I also believe that even though someone may have been convicted of a crime, they should still have rights and they should still enjoy the same privileges as others. Restricting the rights of criminals is one of the first steps to losing our democracy. Restricting the rights of criminals to defend themselves is one of the first steps to stripping the rights of those with criminal backgrounds. And at the end of the day, I think that giving those who have committed crimes in the past the ability to defend themselves, giving them the full rights as others to possess the same substances that allow them to feel safe, I believe that all of that is highly important. As for the clauses about those 16 or older to possess pepper spray, I believe that legalizing it is an important way to remove the barriers. I know that some parents might be willing to skirt the law to purchase pepper spray for their children and give it to them in defiance of the law. But at the same time, I think that there are many parents and many children who feel that because the law restricts them from carrying pepper spray, that they shouldn't carry pepper spray, even though that would make them feel safer. I think that just because people break the law and then do something good doesn't mean that we should not make a law that makes doing those things legal. I think that just because people already do it doesn't mean that we shouldn't legalize it, if you know what I mean. So at the end of the day, I think that this law is important to pass, not only because it opens the door for more people to feel safe, more people to feel safe about their children, but I also think that it helps the rights of those who have committed crimes in the past, and I think that protecting those rights is extremely important as a democratic state. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Senator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, I'm in agreement with many of the things Senator Chang said about Section 1 and 2 of this bill. I believe everyone in this country has the right to self-defense, and including criminals with criminal backgrounds or convicted felons. And I believe that, pepper spray is not like firearms, which give people, inhuman capabilities of hurting other people. Pepper spray is primarily useful for self-defense, and if a convicted felon is out to hurt someone, they can do that with or without pepper spray. And so I don't think that makes a major difference, and instead it enhances their capabilities for self-defense, and that is a vital right for them and everyone in this nation. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
So I'm in agreement with Senators Chang and O'Brien, but I would like to respond to Senator Enke. So he said that I was mistaken about the bill in some way. I'm not sure how. What the bill is saying is that as young as 16, you shall be allowed to purchase or carry pepper spray. Minors younger shall have parental permission or legal consent. So currently what the law is that if you're 18, you can buy pepper spray and carry pepper spray. If you're younger than that, you need parental consent. All this bill is doing is shifting the age from 18 to 16. That I think is good, because the younger you are, I think 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds should still be able to use that sort of thing for self-defense because it's very helpful. But also in Section 2, like Senators Chang and O'Brien said, it allows convicted criminals to use pepper spray, and I don't think we should be depriving their right to self-defense in this specific instance. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Rodriguez.
I truly believe that this bill should pass and that former criminals should be able to have pepper spray so that they may be able to better defend themselves. Often, former criminals, whether just through any circumstance, they often return to very dangerous neighborhoods, and through being able to use something like pepper spray rather than a firearm or some type of lethal weapon, I believe that they will be able to deter potential intruders in a more peaceful way, and thus I believe this bill could save lives. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. So personally, I believe that what I'm so sorry, Anke, right? What Senator Anke said is very accurate. I'm pretty sure my little sister carries pepper spray. She's like 13, so I guess I just admitted to her breaking a law on live YouTube. Okay, that's my bad. Sorry, but basically, I really don't see the need for this bill. I honestly see it as no offense to whoever wrote it, but I see it as kind of a waste of our time. Because if they wanted to decriminalize it for convicted criminals, that should have been another bill. Because I don't think most people are following this law anyways, so there's no reason for us to be deliberating over it this much. So yeah, and then I would also like to propose a motion to limit speech times to 1.5 minutes unless proposed otherwise by the chairman. I yield my time, thank you.
For further speeches, it will be limited to 1 minute 30. I recognize Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I would disagree with Senator Burpee. And I think that both the things that this bill covers are both important, no matter whether or not people are flouting these laws, as you say. I think it would be beneficial if we just have a law that asserts that, yes, 16-year-olds can have pepper spray. I think another important kind of angle that we could view this bill is with regards to young drivers who cannot carry firearms in their vehicles. I think allowing them to have pepper spray in their vehicles, which this bill would allow to do, as they would be allowed to carry pepper spray, I think that would be a good safety measure that this bill would promote. So I support this bill. Thank you. I yield my time.
The chair now recognizes Senator Anke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also, even if we do pass this, there's no Section 4 saying that upon passage and approval it will be implemented. I'm not sure if that's going to break anything, but in my terms, I don't think that'd make any of this effective. Additionally, I think with the Section 3 about the no limit, I feel like that could be heavily abused with, I don't think you could ever use a gallon of pepper spray and say that's self-defense. Once they're down on you need maybe 2 ounces of pepper spray to get someone down on the ground. You do not need a gallon, and I feel like that'd be excessive force, and I feel like that'd open its own court case as well. So I yield my time. Thank you.
And then also for the purposes of this session, I believe we were told to disregard problems with formatting such as the upon passage and approval. So just a clarification. The chair recognizes Senator Cow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'd like to start with disagreeing with Senator Burpee about how we should fail this bill because I do believe strongly that the right to self-defense is every citizen's right, and that doesn't restrict criminals or those under the age of 18, specifically teenagers in their 16s and 17s, as they're going to have more freedom and be out more and encounter more dangerous situations where pepper spray will be needed. I'd also like to note that I feel as if we are all sort of agreeing on the same facts that everyone should be, self-defense shouldn't be restricted by age or by criminal background. So with that being said, I motion to end discussion and begin voting.
The secretary will now open the vote. Does anyone wish to change the vote? With 8 yeas and 4 nays, the bill has passed.
AB 8, an act to ensure all high school students have access to mental health assistance.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do definitely agree with this bill. Like, I honestly don't really see many problems with it. It is very, like, it's overall just really good bill because it would provide mental health assistance for students, like it says. But my one issue is that there's no funding coming from there. Like, I'm assuming these counselors would be on school payroll, so it would come out of district funding is what I'm assuming, since it's not stated otherwise. But other than that, I have no issues with this bill.
The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
Thank you, Mr. President. The funding, I believe, would also come out the same as the original counselor. I think what they talked about in the assembly is right now the ratio is 449 to 1 student, and they're just bumping that up to 500, and the counselors would still come out of the same fund they would. But besides that, I don't think there is any contention on it, so I move to vote for the bill. Thank you.
The secretary will open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing unanimous yeas, this bill has passed.
AB 169, an act related to the creation of a Student Bill of Rights, providing guidelines and rights given to all students in the state of Nevada, defining the expectations for students' education, and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Are there any remarks on the floor, or would you guys like time to speak or to read? I will give you, or I'll allocate 1 minute to read. The chair now recognizes Senator Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I fully support this bill because I feel like students in Nevada particularly, they just don't know their rights at all or what they're entitled to in the school system. And I feel like it would ultimately benefit them so they could have an ultimate better education and lobby for students around them to participate more and be more active in the education system. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also believe with the there's many Supreme Court cases that reinforce this. Tinker versus Desmos and Bethel School District versus Frazier have all solidified that students have the right to speech and right to assembly under certain circumstances, and this only reinforces that. Thank you for your time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see no problems with this bill, especially since it says, quote, recognizes the following rights to all Nevada students and can be amended at any time after the passage and approval of this act. So, even if there were some issues currently, they can be amended later. So, honestly, I say we take I motion, we end discussion and go to a vote, as I don't see any contention here, and it seems like we're all in support. I yield my time.
The secretary will open the vote. I believe if you abstain, you have to stand up and explain why.
I understand that I will be saying these things in opposition with the rest of the chamber. However, I believe that I still wanted to share my views on this matter. For the first part, there are in fact Supreme Court courses that do give precedent to schools limiting certain aspects of free speech. Hazelwood versus Kohlmeyer specifically states that schools and districts have the right to restrict the free speech of school newspapers and the like. I'd also like to speak out about the actual free speech clause. If I will read it out right now, not be given a form of disciplinary action or punishment by school authority and administration for speaking on their own beliefs. Though I agree with the principle of free speech, I also do believe that multiple Supreme Court cases, common sense, the idea that schools ought to be places for learning and not political discussion, all lend credence to the fact that schools should be able to discipline students for spreading misinformation, for saying hateful things, for spreading harmful rumors. A student who is saying horrible things is not exercising their freedom of speech. However, under this bill, a school would not be able to do so because a student could simply say, I'm exercising my First Amendment right, and as such, the school can do very little about that. I'd also like to speak as to Section 4, which in essence sort of takes away the Bill of Rights nature of this bill. I will read Section 4 in its entirety now. The Student Bill of Rights will be officially recognized by all county, charter school districts, and private schools with their consent. The language of this section is unclear, and it does imply that that schools may opt to not recognize this Bill of Rights, which in many cases does nullify the potential benefits it will bring students. I think the final thing, I'd bring your attention to Section 3. I don't know which line specifically. However, it does mention that a student has a right to private conversations with their teachers, counselors, Private conversations with school teachers, counselors, and administrators who speak about private matters pertaining to nobody else but the student themselves.
I'm sorry, but your 1 minute 30 is up.
Oh, unfortunate.
Okay. But at this time, would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing 10 yeas and 2 nays, this bill passes.
Just to make it clear, once the voting procedure has started, you cannot give another discussion for the bill at hand, and the only reason that you're voting not voting is if you have a conflict of interest, which must be stated before the voting happens. So in this case, you flipped your vote to a nay. In any other instances where this will occur in future committee sessions, your not voting vote will change to a nay vote, just to be clear with everyone in this committee. Is that clear? Thank you. AB 12, an act relating to legal holidays designating Election Day as a legal holiday in the state of Nevada and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
I will allow for 1 minute of reading time. The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
I think it's very important to allow Election Day to be a holiday, just to make sure people get their days off on Election Day, to ensure that they're 100% able to vote. This is important because, as you guys probably know, our voter turnout rates are not the highest, and it's very important in a democracy like ours to have the highest possible voter turnout. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I definitely agree with Senator Allison here. It would definitely help with with voter turnout quite a bit, I would say, because it allows people to get days off work and go in and make sure they can vote. Yeah, so really I don't see any issue with this bill unless there's some kind of like Trojan horse hidden in all of the rest of the text, because it is a long bill. So if I'm voting to declare martial law or something, my bad. But otherwise, I would say yes, I'm completely in support. And unless there are any other requests to speak, I would motion to vote. I yield my time. Thank you.
Are there any speeches in opposition? The chair recognizes Senator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm in agreement with the senators who spoke before me, and more importantly than just allowing citizens more time to vote, I think it also allows citizens more time to educate themselves. If they were previously busy on election day, then they were forced to vote through early voting and had to vote earlier and had less time to educate themselves. And meanwhile, they will also have more time now during election day itself to educate themselves before they vote. So I think overall, it'll be more reflective of an intellectual democracy if we pass this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Personally, I'm in full support because this is my bill. I personally wrote it because I know many people, especially those away from polling stations, who cannot make it to a polling station on election day. And sometimes when they can make it, it is fully packed and they don't have time, and the election ballots close before they can actually get there. Additionally, there's a lot of voter uncertainty with mail-ins and the other ways of voting and early voting, and there's been multiple instances of people and their votes not being counted during election day, even though they mailed in. And I feel like a lot of confidence is with the ballot. And that's all I have. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with everything Senators Burpee, O'Brien, and Enke said. I would vote yes on this bill. I move to end discussion, and begin voting.
The secretary will open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing a unanimous yeas, this bill is passed.
AB 91, an act to expand telehealthcare in rural southern Nevada counties through the creation of one-room telehealth centers across rural southern Nevada counties. The telehealth centers created are to be similar to the center within the William N. Pennington Life Center in Fallon, Nevada.
The chair recognizes Senator Ward.
As stated in the, thank you, Mr. President. As stated in the enact portion, this bill is basing these telehealth centers on a center that was just recently established this year in Fallon, Nevada, and it was very warmly accepted by the community. And I do want to kind of emphasize how in this bill, the telehealth centers that are being created are very small. They are within public buildings, and they're usually taking up only one room. And as such, I just want you to understand that regarding maybe the lower budget. And I voice full support for this bill. I think having ease of access for telehealth care in rural communities would greatly benefit healthcare overall. So I definitely support this bill. Thank you. I yield my time.
chair now recognizes Senator Allison.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I don't live in a rural area, but I can imagine living in a rural area and needing some form of health care and it not being in my general vicinity. And I can imagine that these telehealth centers would help these people. I support this bill. I'm voting yes on this bill. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I definitely agree this bill seems pretty straightforward, especially since it's already been done in another place and it worked quite well. And it said it was like $500,000 for a fund, and there were only 4 of them being built. So really, I don't see this as much of like a drain on funding. So if there are no objections, personally, I would like to end debate and go straight to a vote. I yield my time. Thank you.
So at this time, the secretary is not here at this second, but are there any further remarks that want to be made? As I was, the secretary will open the vote. Would anyone like to change the vote? With a unanimous 12 yeas, this bill has passed. We will be moving back over to round 1, Senate bills.
SB 129, an act mandating civic education and financial literacy in the curriculum of the schools of Nevada. Additional funding will be provided to the schools in order to aid in the implementation of civics and finance courses.
The chair recognizes Senator Burnett.
I think this act should pass. Invest in civic and financial education, which are key life skills. And it's good for students, of course. It sets clear rules, it makes what courses required, and holds schools accountable.
The chair recognizes Senator Chang.
I thank the chair. Gentlemen, I do not believe we should vote for this bill or pass this bill for several reasons. If I could direct your attention to Section 1, the bill says that we should spend $300 million to implement civics and financial literacy courses. I don't know about the rest of us. Maybe inflation spiked while I was using the restroom. But I don't think that hiring a few extra teachers to help fulfill a few extra classes is going to cost the school district $300 million. We already require financial literacy courses to graduate, and we already have half a credit of American government classes. So I genuinely am bewildered by the $300 million price tag. Moving on to the bill as a whole, the bill does not define what constitutes a civics or financial literacy class. It does not set guidelines for what should be taught. And as such, a financial literacy class in this case could literally mean filling out a budget sheet for an entire year, and that would simply be a financial literacy class. Everyone, I would assume, has a basic understanding of if you spend more money than you earn, then you will lose money. I feel like there should be clear guidelines set on such a bill, especially considering the price tag, which is more than an entire percentage point of Nevada's annual budget. So I would just like to say vote no, because there are no clear guidelines for an act that wants $300 million US. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I definitely do agree with Senator Chang here that price tag is honestly just so overblown. I will agree that we do need more financial and more financial classes in our school districts. But I also agree it doesn't say anything about what a civic class is or what a financial literacy classes. So honestly, I can't support this because I have no idea what I would be voting for. And we'll leave it up to each individual school district, and I just don't think I can vote for this in good conscience without knowing exactly what I'm doing. Thank you. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Cow.
So kind of basing this argument off of what Mr. Chang said, I really do agree that, or Senator Chang, sorry. I really do agree that $300 million is a very substantial amount for a course that is kind of already there. In CCSD, at least for me, I know that you need to have at least 0.5 credits, which is a semester of econ to graduate. Many of the senior classes, such as government, either AP or dual enrollment government, it's usually in the second semester of their senior year where they already are experiencing financial situations in their life, like they might start working and get money where they can actually apply that financial literacy in their life. Where I feel as if there was more credits than just the 0.5 needed to graduate, it might not be as applicable for, let's say, a freshman who had to take a full year of economics or financial literacy where they wouldn't know or how to apply that to their everyday lives. On top of that, there are already courses for financial literacy itself, such as like AP macroeconomics or microeconomics, and as well as all the government courses, since you are needed to take the econ credit to graduate. So I feel as if the $300 million dollars for just a civics course would be rather very overblown and just out of proportion to how much money is needed to fund for just a single course of education. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Feng.
Thank you, Mr. President. I completely agree with Mr. Chang, Mr. Cow, Mr. Burpee. The $300 million is absolutely outrageous. I also want to point out there is so much inconsistency in this bill. It says that a school will be penalized if they don't implement a civic and financial course, and also says that it is a requirement to graduate. I feel like that means that if a school doesn't have this course, not only will the school be penalized, but also the students in the school. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Ward.
I would also just like to voice my support for the positions of Senators Chang, Cao, Feng, and Burpee, and I would also suggest that we move on to voting. I yield my time.
The secretary will open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? With 12 nays, the bill has failed.
SB 21. Enact provisions will be set to eliminate considerations of referrals and factors which reinforce racial disparity in the diversion of patients towards rehabilitation programs away from incarceration in drug-related offenses.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
So I support the spirit of the bill. I understand what it's trying to do. It's trying to make it so that drug addicts aren't targeted too heavily, and it's oriented more towards rehabilitation rather than incarceration. But my problem with it is in Section 1, all Nevada courts in drug-related offenses. I think the language on just this line alone makes a significant loophole. So if we're talking about a drug dealer as opposed to just a casual drug user, I think the drug dealer should be incarcerated. The drug user, not so much. Thank you for your time.
The chair recognizes Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to disagree with Senator Allison's position. I agree with this bill because I think the focus of it is more on race, and it's trying to combat issues that come up with drug cases where people of different races are more likely to be sent away for incarceration rather than rehabilitation. And I think that monitoring these kinds of potentialities would be beneficial, so I do support this bill.
The chair recognizes Senator Heady.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to just say that I really like the idea of this bill with more of a focus on rehabilitation. The wording of it is definitely confusing, as it seems to try and be veering away from talking about discrimination, even though that seems to be a large basis of it. It seems to try and be going around terms to make a point, which I feel is unnecessary. But other than the oddity of no real enforcement of the creation of an institution, I'd say this is actually a bill I'd support.
The chair recognizes Senator Burnett.
I agree. I think this bill should pass. I say this because it promotes fairness, reduces discrimination, and emphasizes treatment over punishment in drug cases.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I'm definitely in support of this bill, even though the wording is kind of confusing at points. I do think it does if I'm understanding it correctly, it allows them to appeal for a review of their decision and send them to treatment instead of direct incarceration, which I do agree with, since a lot of, in my opinion, drug users should not be prosecuted because they are the ones addicted to this substance that is being sold to them. But yeah, honestly, I do like this bill. I support it. Yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Chang.
I thank the chair. I support this bill. If it was up to me, I would personally hope to move completely away from treating cases of drug possession as a crime. I would believe that drug addiction is a disease and we should not criminalize it. But at the end of the day, I support this bill's intentions. I believe it will help reduce inequities in our justice system, and I hope that it will help lead to better outcomes for our society in the future. I believe that the rest of the House is with me in agreement on this fact, and I would like to motion to close discussion and open voting.
Is anyone in opposition? The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
So I love the contents of this bill. I believe it is something that should definitely be implemented in a system, but I don't agree with how the wording on Section 3 is. I believe that a more oversight for an institution, like creating an institution, is needed. It is not specifically said what, or it is said what they will do, but it's not how, like what department it will be under or what funding will give the board, the institution that would be created. Where would that funding come from? Where would that board, what board would it be under? And I feel like that uncertainty of how the institution would be created is why I would be voting nay. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And for this bill, I really have to question the intention of this bill. Section 4 mentions that it will be collecting many empirical data, which I have no problem with that. And it mentions that it'll capture things like arrest history, but I don't agree that it isn't capturing information like zip codes and employment status, because I truly believe that that is a major part to play with drug addiction. Thank you for your time.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
So like I said earlier, I really like the spirit of this bill, but like Senator Enke said, my problem with it is that it's just so vague. I like it, but I really wish I could vote yes on this if they put in more effort into the writing of this bill. Like I think it was Senator Rodriguez who brought up Section 3, create an institution responsible for so on. It's just very, very vague. I'm voting no on this bill, but I support the spirit of it. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
So I would have to disagree with Senator Rodriguez here. I think that it is in the nature of the bill here for it to ignore those factors. Although I do disagree with the previous arrests, because I feel like that could definitely be useful in handling cases. So I do have a few issues with it, but otherwise I believe that excluding those certain things that could be used to discriminate against people on trial, really other than a few issues, I completely agree with this. I do agree that it is a bit vague. I would prefer if it was written a bit better, but I still will vote yes because I believe that a separate council could decide on the minutia of this bill later on after passing. I yield my time and I would like to motion for a end of discussion to vote. Thank you.
We do have one other speech. The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I'd like to say that I am full support of this bill. It's just there's no oversight for how this institution is created, and if we leave that up to interpretation, which usually bills don't leave that kind of thing up to interpretation, if we leave it up to interpretation, it can be taken out it can be executed in such a wrong manner. And with how political boards get or how political institutions can get, it could just become another political board that shouldn't be political, and it would incarcerate, or it would not get certain restrictions it should, or become restricted to where it shouldn't. So I believe that there should be an oversight for how the board is created, and this bill is not specifically saying how. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Chang.
I thank the chair. I'd like to say that I agree that there are some potential issues with the vagueness of the wording in this bill. However, I also do believe that we as legislators have made the intentions of this bill clear, that the spirit of the bill is clear, and that the executive, when they begin to actually execute the prerogatives assigned within this bill, will take what we have said in this chamber today into account when executing this bill. I do believe that our legislative intent in this case has been made clear, and that despite certain vagueness in the wording, that our chamber ought to pass this bill so that we can help create a more equitable society. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Seeing no more remarks on the floor, the secretary will open voting. Does anyone wish to change their vote? This bill passes with 7 yeas and 5 nays. And at this time, we will take a short 10-minute recess, and we will reconvene at 2:10. Actually, at 2:06. Sorry. Can everyone please take their seats? The Senate is back in session. Also, we do have a new bill added to the round 2, so please go back to that document.
AB 187, an act that will restrict public universities or colleges from designating free speech zones in the state of Nevada.
Chair recognizes Senator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that limiting free speech on universities to only public forum areas is really overall only limiting free speech. For example, at UNR, it stated that the university's policy designated only 4 small or remote areas on UNR's campus as public forum areas, meaning, elsewhere on campus, people aren't allowed to express their political beliefs. And I believe that in order to uphold the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States, we need to allow students to be able to express their beliefs anywhere on campus and not only in these designated areas. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Chang.
As I've stated before, I agree with the principles of free speech. I do not want to take away free speech. However, I believe that since universities are educational institutions, that their first and primary purpose should be to facilitate instruction. And I think that allowing public demonstrations or expressions of free speech in certain areas could be detrimental to a student's learning. For example, outside of residential halls, protesters outside of residential halls could impact a student's ability to get adequate rest, to do homework, and to live a healthy life. And I believe that universities should attempt to protect their students and ensure their educational, mental, and physical well-being by ensuring that they're protected. Other spaces would include libraries, which are supposed to be quiet, but are also publicly accessible. I do believe that certain expressions of free speech could be detrimental to education in those libraries, and I do believe that removing certain restrictions on public demonstrations would lead to worse educational results and degrade a university's primary mission of education. I yield the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. So at first, this bill's language kind of confused me, but I understand now that it was trying to allow protests to occur all across the campus, which I completely agree with. That is your constitutional right to congregate and gather and express your beliefs anywhere you need to or want to. So I completely disagree with Mr. Chang when he says that he believes in free speech, because limiting it to certain areas is not free speech. That is trying to corral people you don't believe in and their ideas into a separate area. Like, even if it's a belief I don't agree with, I think people should still be able to congregate wherever they want to, unless it's violent. So if there is no violence going on here, I see no reason to restrict them to certain areas, and I believe that they should be able to protest anywhere. I yield my time. That's all I have.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
Yeah, for this bill, my experience was pretty much the same as Senator Burpee's. Oh, and thank you, Mr. President. My experience was the same as Senator Burpee's. When I read it originally, I thought, oh, this is restricting free speech. But like he said, no, this is actually making free speech across the whole campus. Although I don't like the wording, allow public forums, but that's a small little thing. I agree with this bill. I think it should pass. I think part of education should be learning other people's perspectives and points of view and getting yourself out of any sort of box that you've been set in. I think this is good for all perspectives, not just certain perspectives. And I support this bill because I believe that it increases free speech on college campuses. Thank you. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Feng.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am in full agreement with Senator Allison and Senator Burpee. I believe in response to Senator Chang, I believe that part of education is teaching college or public university students their rights, and I believe that designating certain areas for freedoms, for public protests and things like that is a direct violation of our First Amendment right. And yeah, so I would say I'm in complete support of this bill. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Hetty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to say that the ideas of our First Amendment right of freedom of speech came from Enlightenment ideals that originated in places like coffee houses and college campuses in Britain because of their ideas of protest. So it's amazing what protests can create. And while I do agree with Senator Chang that there is the issue of violent protests or obnoxious protests, that is an issue of civility, which I believe is a strong issue in our country today with all the controversial protests that appear in the news or on college campuses. I don't think it's an issue with our First Amendment right of freedom of speech. I believe it's that we need to focus more on teaching civil debate. And college campuses are the perfect place to learn that and to actually try and foster it. The closer we can get to making that a reality is the closer we can get to a perfect world of college protests that are peaceful and impactful. I yield my time. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe Senator Chang was spot on when he said that a university's primary mission is education. And I believe the only way you can really educate yourself is to contest your own beliefs. Put yourself out there and challenge your beliefs and reinforce them that way, or learn something new. And I believe that allowing students to express themselves and their political beliefs anywhere on campus would allow for that, public forum and allow for them to exchange their beliefs and learn more. And it is true what Senator Chang said, that sometimes protests and other forms of expression can be disruptive to a learning environment. And this is where I agree with Senator Hetty. I believe that these issues can be addressed through other policies that don't have to do with limiting the First Amendment. For example, if there are protests at night outside a hall, you can put restrictions on what times people can protest, within a reasonable amount, obviously, not like all day, every day, but, at night, at midnight. Or you could put restrictions on volumes, like how libraries have volume levels, so that the learning environment isn't disrupted. I believe that these alternatives are better than simply outright restricting students from exercising their First Amendment beliefs. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Chang.
Once again, I'd just like to reiterate the points that a university's primary purpose is to educate their students. Of course, it should allow for forums to publicly exchange ideas. I don't believe that universities should completely ban free speech. At the same time, however, there are areas where you should not be expressing free speech at the detriment of other people's educations. If you are trying to study for your engineering final in the Mathewson IGT Knowledge Center, you do not want people inside the publicly accessible lobby protesting about this or that. Education should be a university's primary purpose. Education. I do agree, we should have areas where we can share public ideas, but that does not mean that every single place ought to be a public forum. There is Supreme Court precedent that educational institutions are allowed to restrict free speech if it interferes with students' abilities to learn respectfully and peacefully. Once again, I turn to the Supreme Court case of Hazelwood versus Kohlmeyer, where the Supreme Court ruled that educational institutions are permitted to restrict free speech if that free speech would hurt a student's ability to be educated. Our universities should be places where we can freely exchange ideas. But these places should not interfere with a student's ability to learn. I'm sure that after all of our experiences with you and our campus, we can learn that there are precious few places that are not publicly accessible. Non-university students or outside groups can freely walk onto campus and access many of the buildings.
I'm sorry, Senator, but your time's up.
Vote no.
The chair recognizes Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I truly believe that this bill should pass, that there shouldn't be specific areas on college campuses where the First Amendment is not allowed. And now to address Senator Chang's ideas, I do understand that, yes, education is a priority, but I would argue that the value of the freedom of speech is above that of trying to get an education, even though it's a noisy environment. Additionally, this is public property, perhaps on private campuses, private colleges. Perhaps then, yes, it may be limited. Freedom of speech may be limited by the college's rules so that students may be able to better study, but this is public universities, this is public property. Thank you, I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
So I heavily support this bill. I believe that part of education should be to see all sides of an argument. And I think that universities should also get people ready for the real world, because the real world is going to have a lot of different people with a lot of different perspectives. There's going to be a lot of angry people. I think they should be able to see that. And I would vote yes on this bill. I move to end discussion and begin voting.
Does anyone have any opposing speeches response? I will recognize Senator Chang.
Once again, I'd still wish to express my opposition to this bill. If anything, I believe that the idea that all education requires a free exchange of ideas is in some cases limited. I do believe that in terms of history, English, social studies, economics, free exchange of ideas is good, it's healthy, and it ought to be promoted. At the same time, a student taking mechanical engineering 220 does not necessarily need the free exchange of ideas. That student needs to understand statics, and that student needs to understand exactly how to design the mechanical equipment that we will need in our future. At the end of the day, education is the priority, and in some cases, education will be disrupted by protests, by demonstrations, and by public forums. I can see that the chamber does not agree with me. I will yield the rest of my time, but I would again like to express my opposition to this bill. I yield the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Yeah, so I definitely am supporting this bill, and I would just like to say to Mr. Chang that these are some very, very specific cases we're talking about with people getting their education disrupted in like a library or something. I don't think most protesters are going to be like, yeah, let's go to a library and protest. So I say we just move to vote because we're not going anywhere with this. We can all agree free speech is good. So I say I motion to vote and end discussion. I yield my time.
The secretary will open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing 11 yeas and 1 nay, this bill has passed. At this time, we will be moving back to round 1 of Senate bills.
SB 34, an act to make this easier to do, give more retirement benefits by making full-time employee health workers and state of Nevada registered nurses members of the Public Employees Retirement System, PERS, in the manner of offering reasonable pay and long-term security for such working health workers.
As this is a pretty long bill, I will give 2 minutes to read it. The chair recognizes Senator Heady.
I thank the chair. I would just like to say that I am in full support of this bill. I think nurses are one of the most important jobs that don't get as much recognition as they really deserve, with some of them having to pull 12-hour shifts at a time, and so many stories of both RNs I know, people I know studying to be registered nurses, or even just news stories of nurses, even before the 2020 pandemic when they had to work even more overtime. I think it's just common sense to pass this. They do so much for us that a lot of us may never even realize, and they're just one of the frontline workers of not just our communities, but society as a whole. I see no real reason why we wouldn't want to retain so many of these amazing nurses and give them benefits. So yes, I'm in full support of this bill. I now yield the rest of my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. Personally, I see no issues with this bill. It even incorporates the existing retirement benefits for this, so it doesn't cancel anything out for them. They just get added on to a new retirement plan, from what I can tell. And if that's wrong, it still provides some more benefits. And I think that is very important, as they're, again, one of the most undervalued jobs in our country currently. And so I really do believe that we should be supporting them at every chance we get. This will help encourage more nurses to study and become registered nurses. So unless there is any confliction here between the Senate, I would like to motion to end discussion and vote. I yield my time.
If, for the purposes of avoiding repetition, only please only signal if, okay. The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
One thing that was never outlined, or at least I didn't see, is where was all this money coming from. I see that there's a review by the state treasurer, but I don't see where the 1/3 of their annual salary is coming from in order to support their PERS enrollment. And I do agree with the contents of this bill. I do agree that there should be a system like this, but I want, where is all this money coming from? And I think that this bill does not outline that. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, and I would like to bounce off of Senator Enke's ideas. Once again, where is this money coming from? Going to the Nevada PERS, which is the program they're talking about. Going to the website, it says, on average, the cost for 1 year purchase is approximately 1/3 of your annual salary. So are we really gonna, I ask, who's gonna pay this? Is it gonna be the nurses? And even so, do they want to do that? It kind of seems like they're forcing their hand. Thank you for your time.
Senator Rodriguez, if you would please lower the... Or it shows it as still activated on yours. Thank you. The chair now recognizes Senator Nguyen.
Like my other two fellow senators just said, I do fully support this still, but I also noticed that there's still a lot of private hospitals in the state of Nevada. So would those RNs from those private hospitals not qualify for this, since they're for a private employer? So that's kind of one of the points that I wanted to make too. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
I would just like to say in response to the senators over here, I believe that PERS is funded, like I'm not sure exactly where the money comes from, but I know it is funded, whether it be by some government agency or, yeah, I just don't see the need for it to be outlined in the bill personally, because if we're drawing from PERS, that's getting funding from somewhere, meaning the funding's already taken care of because it's already existing. So we don't really need to make any edits to PERS to incorporate into this because we're just adding workers onto it, and it already works. So it obviously receives funding from somewhere. So I would say just motion to end debate and discussion and move to a vote unless there are any objections here. I yield my time.
Are there any speeches in opposition of what was just said? The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
Again, don't get me wrong, I'm in full support of this bill, but I feel like the funding needs to be outlined. Just because the PERS system is currently is currently supporting the nurses on it right now, how are they going to support the nurses that are getting put on it since then without more funding or grants, which is never said in this? So, thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Heddy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to respond to Senator Enke. This bill specifically says that it would be passed on the July 1st of 2026, which sounds kind of like an arbitrary date, but it also says that it's being reviewed by the Nevada Treasurer to determine budgetary. This is the general time period of the biannual Nevada budget meetings that determine these types of budgets. So it would be determined on the Secretary of Treasury's determination based on how much they think they would need to add to that budget. Also responding to that comment about the private hospitals, I can't say this for certain, but I would assume that the private hospitals are the ones that already have these retirement programs for their nurses, possibly, or their own special programs to keep retention. But I just think the added benefits, there's no real downside. There's no real downside to the benefits that our nurses would be getting. I yield my time.
For the sake of time, is the speech in opposition or is it agreeing? It's for the bill. So in that case, I would encourage a motion to end debate. And the chair recognizes Senator Allison.
Okay, so Nevada has one of the lowest number of nurses per capita. We have I just read an article, it was like 2024, we had more than 1,000 open positions for nurses. I think we need nurses. I support this bill, and I moved to, I was going to say more, but I don't want to be redundant, so I move to end discussion and begin voting.
Is the speech in opposition to that?
I just wanted to give a little background information on how many nurses are publicly employed. All right. According to the National Association of Community Health Centers Nevada Health Center fact sheet, 33 nurses are currently employed by Nevada Public Health Centers, so I don't believe that implementing this bill will have a significant fiscal note. I move to begin voting. Thank you.
The secretary will open the vote. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing 9 yeas and 3 nays, this bill has passed.
SB 110, an act requiring NSHE facilities to provide menstrual products.
Chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm full support of this bill. I see nothing wrong with giving women more like utilities, I guess, to handle a natural process. It even states in there that they are aiming to destigmatize around it, which I think is a very good thing because I think it really isn't talked enough about the lack of these products. So really, I don't see why we shouldn't pass it because like it just outlines that there will be a committee and how they will decide on implementing these processes. So we really don't need to worry about budget or anything. That is completely up to the committee that is formed. So honestly, I vote yes, and I would encourage this vote to go pretty quickly since I don't see any issues with it. Thank you. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
So I think that this is a very good bill. I agree with Senator Burpee. Kids shouldn't have to worry about having to bring menstrual products to school. And I think if they're going to school, all they should be worried about is just education. Unless anybody objects, I would vote yes, and I move to end debate and begin voting.
Is there anyone in objection? Okay. The chair recognizes Senator Rodriguez.
Hello, thank you, Mr. President. Before we begin voting, I just would like to state something really quickly. So it mentions in section 1 that it'll be at no cost to the pupils. So that means that the cost of these products will be at both, yes, the parents of female students, but also the parents of male students. I just want to note that it should be the job of the parents of female students, because why should the parents of male students pay for something that won't benefit them? I would just like to mention that. Thank you for your time. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Okay, I don't quite get that because it states that it states it's making a committee to decide on funding here. It never says anywhere that it will require the parents of male students and male students to pay for this. I really don't think that was ever discussed in there, unless I'm wrong here, but I really think we should just go to vote because this is a committee issue. Once we pass it, it's completely out of our hands, and we don't really need to debate anything more here. So I motion to end discussion and go to vote. Thank you.
Is there any opposition to that? The chair recognizes Senator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. My speech is not in opposition. I just wanted to say something, which is that one of the Nevada revised statutes states that The Board of Trustees of each school district and the governing body of each charter school that operates as a middle school, junior high school, or high school shall ensure that menstrual products are provided at no cost to pupils in the bathrooms of each middle school, junior high school, and high school in the school district or charter school. So it makes complete sense to me that the same logic is applied to higher education as well, and it seems to be in line with our current philosophy. Thank you.
Okay, for the sake of time, I believe you are in affirmation for this bill. Yes, really. The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
I move to make it so that if the president asks if you are in opposition and asks to be recognized, but you are not in opposition, you should not be recognized. I yield my time.
With that, the secretary will open a vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing unanimous yeas, this bill is passed. And then additionally, as Senator Allison said, if I ask for anyone in opposition to the previous speech, please, if you are actually have your hand raised or you click the button, please actually be in opposition, just for the sake of time.
SB 159, an act to ensure the safety of students and faculty of public K-12 schools. It will be required that all public K-12 facilities be regularly inspected for proper safety code violations, with funding prioritization for certain schools based on discovered unsafe conditions in building age. As of the most recent evaluation by the American Society of Civil Engineers, Nevadan schools rank at a C- in infrastructure safety, considered hazardous in some cases of prolonged exposure to such infrastructure.
The chair recognizes Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to voice full support for this bill. I believe that it is completely in the interests of the safety of the students, and I think that the information it includes about how the Nevadan schools rank at an average of C- from the American Society of Civil Engineers. I believe that is proof enough that there is an issue and that there is a necessity that such infrastructure should be checked up on. So I think that this is a very compelling bill, and I think it's for safety of our students, so I support it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
President, I completely agree with everything Senator Ward has said. I really do appreciate that it says that they will all be third-party inspectors, so they can't kind of fudge a report to make CCSD look good. It is required. And then I do also really appreciate that it outlines the budget right here by saying that rather than adding, the existing portion of the budget for schools specifically will be allocated based on need, with high-need schools ranking lower than C+ to basically just receive extra funding to fund these situations. So it's not every single school that will receive this, which I think is very good, especially for the already kind of low budget. Also, I don't see many issues. I'm not going to motion to vote right now, but if anybody else would like to, once we get through a few more, I would be for playing that. I'm full support on this one. I think it's a pretty simple one. Thank you. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
So I fully agree with Senators Ward and Burpee. This looks like a good bill to me. I actually wasn't aware of the problem that we had, the C-. I wasn't aware of that. But to me, it looks good. I approve, and I will be voting yes on this bill. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Super simple. I motion to vote on this bill.
Seeing as there are no remarks on the floor, the secretary will open the vote. Okay, apologies. You will have to vote again. Yeah. Would anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing unanimous yeas, this bill is passed.
SB 1, an act for provisions that would promote career and technical education, CTE, in Nevada high schools such as auto shop, woodworks, welding, and jobs for Nevada graduates J4J to boost educational success.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to state a strange detail of this that I found. So the Nevada Legislature, according to Google, recently approved a $12.9 billion education budget for the 2025 to 2027 biennium. But then this says it wants it to, one second, sorry, I gotta scroll back up. Yeah, this says biannual, but it wants to increase the portion to 3.5 billion. So are we going down?
So point of information, I believe that 3.5 billion is specifically for the programs listed in the Act title.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. So, oh, I see. So we're trying to put 3.5 billion in CTE classes and such.
Yes.
Yeah, I honestly think that's a bit much. I think we should really not put that much into there, because like we already have some, like at Coronado, I'm not sure about other schools. I'm sure rural schools are different than our more urban schools. But we already have like classes like garage and stuff, auto work. But yeah, I don't see the need to increase it that dramatically for those few programs. So I yield my time and I would vote no for this one.
The chair recognizes Senator Heddy.
I thank the president. I would just like to say that as someone who does not go to Coronado, we definitely do not have these CTE programs. It was actually a huge problem at my school, as the only CTE program we have just got introduced last year, the computer science certificate, which in my opinion is quite basic for what we have, and it's the only one we have. We actually got previous CTEs cut because of lack of funding. So I think that this issue, while I do think the 3.5 billion is a lot, honestly, the latest generation from statistics we've seen, a lot of people are going into blue-collar jobs, more technical careers, such as electricians, plumbers, mechanics. I think pushing that idea with the changes that we're seeing in our society is probably what's going to be best, because we're going with the current instead of trying to catch up with it later. Yeah, I just see it as right now a sign of the times, and it's a great idea to bolster our future more technical jobs and workers. It'll bolster Nevada's economy, and I think it's a great long-term investment. I yield the rest of my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
Okay, so I do not go to a rural school. I go to a school that has a lot of these classes, and we are privileged enough to have these classes. So I am in agreement with you, Senator Heddy, but my problem is the $3.5 billion budget is just ridiculous. Total fiscal year 2022 state appropriation to secondary CTE is $24.9 million. So this ballooning from around 25 million to 3.5 billion doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. I will be voting no for this bill. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a point of information. I think we're all mistaken about what the bill is trying to say here. I think this bill is trying to increase Nevada's biannual budget for education. So that means what happens in half a year. It's saying 3.5 billion for half a year of the state's education budget. So with accordance with what Mr. Burpee was saying, across the 2-year period, like he stated, that would essentially increase the budget to 14 billion, which I believe is what this bill is trying to say. I think that the 300 million is what it's trying to allocate towards the CTE classes. So if anyone thinks I'm incorrect, yeah, I don't know. I think that's what it was, though. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Chang.
I thank the chair. I'd like to agree with my colleague to state that I believe that the 3.5 billion number is a clerical error, and I don't believe that that's an actual, that's my own personal thoughts. However, I do want to speak in support of increasing the CTE budget. Career technical education is quite expensive to fund. Welding sets can cost upwards of $500,000. You need to purchase old automobiles to work on them in shop class. You have to purchase the necessary tools. You have to hire qualified teachers that not only have to be qualified to teach, but also qualified to teach on these highly specific, high-skilled technical actions. At the end of the day, disregarding the $3.5 billion clerical error, I do believe that this bill ought to be passed because it prepares Nevada's youth for a future where they can choose to work in these extremely technical, high-skilled, high-paying jobs that don't require you to go to college. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Senator Cal.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I want to start off, contradictory to Senator Burpee's message, I also go to Coronado in the suburbs of Las Vegas, and I feel like it's sort of not right to compare Coronado to the other public schools in CCSC because I feel as Coronado is very generously funded. So in contradictory to what he was saying, I do believe that the $300 million for the other CTE courses at the other school would be very proficient and really help the education system as a whole. From past experience, I've met other friends at other schools in different parts of Vegas where their school can't even afford music programs for them. For example, I'm in orchestra, and I know other students that can't even participate in these music programs because of the underfunding of the schools itself. So I feel like it'll be just very sufficient if we did apply and pass this bill for the $300 million to go towards the CTE courses. Thank you.
Okay, so for this bill, there is a typo. The bill is supposed to say biannual budget for education to 13.5 billion instead of 3.5 billion. So meaning that it would increase to 13.5 billion. So that it was a typo. So I believe they told us to disregard typos in this session. So we'll continue on that regard. That being said, Senator Burnett, you've been recognized.
I would like to say I do agree with this bill. Everything Mr. Chang said is pretty much what I agree on. I figure that either the money or I still feel like this is still a good investment for our future because if we make sure our future generation is also very smart and intelligent with technology, we can make sure we can gain more money on that, and I feel like that'll be a really good investment.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So despite the really, really confusing typo there, now that it's been clarified, I'm in full support of this bill. That is not that much money to raise by now. And I think $300 million more to CTE programs is a really good amount. I think that would really help us down the road a lot. But yeah, so other than the typo, I think we should go on and, I motion to end the debate and move to voting because I think this is a pretty comprehensive bill. Thank you.
Are there any speeches in opposition of that? And if so, please. The chair recognizes Senator Allison.
Okay, so again, I agree with the CTE courses, and Senator Hetty was talking about how our generation is moving more towards those blue-collar jobs, which is totally great. I agree with it. But again, my problem is the wording for the budget. So assuming you said it's 13.5 billion, not million, billion, right? Okay, so increased portion of Nevada's biannual budget for education to 13.5 billion to funding the previously stated programs. So for CTE courses, it wants to make the budget 13.5 billion, which is weird because Section 2 says allocate 300 million of the state education fund to CTE classes and CTE, thank you, teacher pay. Sorry, I lost train of thought. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Chang.
All right. So once again, I'd like to state that CTE courses are really good for the state, that we should do our best to support them. As for the confusing wording of Section 1, I believe that once again, the Nevada Department of Education can come back and look at the recording of this session to determine our legislative intent. They can look at the committee meetings where this bill was introduced. And so ultimately, I believe that our legislative intent is clear, which is that we are giving $300 million per year to increasing CTE programs. I would like to motion to close discussion and open voting.
With that being said, are there any in opposition to that? Okay. The chair recognizes Senator Ward.
I still kind of disagree with that. If anything, I feel like English has failed us here because of the two different definitions that biannual can hold. Because biannual, at least the way I interpreted it as meaning, is that it happens twice a year. So essentially, it is saying, like I said earlier, I believe this bill is saying that they're increasing the education budget to $7 billion a year with 3.5 biannual, which would make alternatively, the other definition of biannual, where it happens once every 2 years, that would be 14 billion. So that's I still think I'm in support of this bill because I think the $300 million to fund CTE classes would be highly beneficial.
Okay, just a quick point of information. Senator Ward is correct. Biannual does mean 2 times per year. But often the budget, the way that the budget is determined is biennial, which we can probably assume that this bill is attempting to say. But with that being said, the chair recognizes Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am in support of this bill, and I would just like to say some facts, just for clarification. So the current biannual budget for education in Nevada is $12.9 billion. So it seems that this bill is simply increasing that by 0.6 billion, or in other words, 600 million. And it seems that this bill wants to take half of that and attribute it to CTE programs, that being 300 million. And I believe, just based on some of these personal testimonies, that we really need to fund these CTE programs. That CTE programs are lacking in a lot of parts of Nevada. And I believe that by attributing these funds to the education system, that we can increase and benefit Nevada's money.
For the purpose of time, are there any speeches against this bill? Seeing that there are no further remarks, the secretary will open the vote. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing that there are a unanimous 12 yeas, this bill is passed.
SB 13, an act ensuring safety for students within the Nevada State local education system with the aid of secure transparency.
The chair recognizes Senator Heddy.
I thank the chair. I am in full support of this bill. Being the one who wrote it, it may seem a little odd, but the reason is because these are common issues within other school districts, specifically Buffalo County, which has had a recent issue with a lot of these regulations as mentioned, which you may be wondering why Buffalo County, New York has anything to do with CCSD. Well, looking further into it, CCSD shares a lot of the same issues with private investigations being withheld and students not being charged for crimes they are committing, things not being reported as they should. And I think that this legislation will help push that idea that we want the justice system to actually take seriously these crimes, especially that are happening against and by minors. And it's just a serious issue that we really need to address about how the CCSD has not been handling their disciplinary action very well, which is why this legislation is meant to to push for more action and higher penalties to add on to current penalties that have not been charged onto these schools. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Enke.
May I remind you all, we also passed something similar to this with a little earlier with the immigration, and I believe we should stay consistent with our policies and not contradict ourselves. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I completely agree. We should not be contradicting ourselves here. And I really do like that it specifies that all internal reports will be made public, so the schools can't cover things up to protect their reputation, which I have heard of happening before. I'm not sure where exactly because I have a really bad memory, but I do very much agree that all internal investigations need to be made public for the sake of transparency and to root out corruption in our school districts. So honestly, I see no problem with this bill. It's good. It's for the good of all, and it sticks with the policies that we've been passing so far. So unless anyone has any opposition to this, I motion to end discussion and vote. Thank you.
Are there any speeches in opposition to that? As there are no remarks on the floor, Secretary will open the vote.
Sorry, guys, we gotta do a quick review since someone is absent from the current vote.
Okay, please just input your vote again. I would like to remind the senators to all make sure that they please voted. With the unanimous 12 yay votes, this bill has passed.
SB 89. An act creates the Silver State Teacher Grant, which will invest in teachers' scholarships in order to incentivize teachers to work at high-need schools.
I will allow for 1 minute of reading time. The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, I see no issue with it. It encourages teachers to help out in Nevada at high-need schools, which, like as their name entails, are not fully supported and do need more support from our government. So I believe that this will definitely help a lot because teachers will be getting paid to actively work at those schools, like getting scholarships, I mean, not getting paid. So honestly, I know I sound like a broken record here, but if anyone, unless there's any opposition, I motion to vote right now since it seems pretty, yeah, right, thank you.
Is there any opposition to this bill? Oh yeah, the chair recognizes Senator Enke. Oh, never mind. Okay. Seeing no remarks on the floor, the secretary will open the vote. Does anyone wish to change their vote? Seeing a unanimous 12 yeas, this bill is passed.
SB Bill 195, an act to further expand solar panel usage throughout Nevada by offering funding to small businesses in order to incentivize their implementation of solar panels.
The chair recognizes Senator Ward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would first like to say that I did write this bill, and just so you all know, there is a small typo in here. It's in section 5. I accidentally wrote solar credit program instead of solar funding program, so I don't know if any of you would have noticed that, but I'm asking you to look past that, please. And I'm in full support of this bill and how it promotes environmental well-being, and yeah, thank you. That is also a typo. I meant 20. Oh. Yeah, that is also a typo. I meant 2026. Thank you, Mr. Allison. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Heddy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to say that solar panels, while somewhat inefficient compared to other energy sources, are probably one of the best solutions for small businesses, especially in Nevada, because energy is a big portion of why we have such big solar energy fields in the middle of the desert, as the sun is probably one of our most plentiful resources in a desert, besides the dirt that we stand on. So I think just the more funding that goes to these solar panel programs, the more these technologies will be able to improve, and the more green that these small businesses can be in an environment where we need to really conserve our energy and be mindful about our environment. Yeah, I think this bill is a great idea. I think it incentivizes small businesses. I think it helps the environment. I think it's amazing overall. I'm in full support of this bill. I yield my time.
The chair recognizes Senator Burpee.
Sorry, the mic is just kind of tangled right now. I'll speak like this for now. I'm sorry. I'll figure this out later. But yeah, I really do like this bill. This is a very nice bill. A big, beautiful bill, some might say. So I am, I'm sorry. I would honestly say that, yeah, we should just go straight to vote on this if everyone is okay. After we take that question, I'm going to yield my time now, and then I say we go to voting after this. Thank you.
So the chair does recognize Senator Enke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe this going to small business loans, it kind of makes it so small businesses, again, have a 60% credit, but most small businesses don't have enough to actually cover many solar panels. Say a solar panel costs $30,000. Some company, and they build 100 solar panels, which would barely be enough for a community. That 60%, if they're building 100 solar panels at $30,000 each, and that's the bare minimum, that's $3 million, and some companies don't have $1 million even after the tax credit. Yeah, just from what he just gave me this, it was $18,000 to $500,000 per solar panel. And again, if you're making huge solar farms, or if you're a small business trying to make a small solar farm, but still, some businesses don't have enough money to actually start that, and I feel like this program is a way. It just isn't able to happen in small businesses because they won't have enough money. Thank you.
The Chair recognizes Senator O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr. President. I completely agree with Senator Enke's argument, and I wanted to add something on top of that, which is that it takes about 7 to 10 years for solar panels to pay for themselves, and at the same time, 70% of small businesses fail within 10 years. So it's ultimately taking a huge gamble to help and pay for the implementation of these solar panels, not knowing whether these small businesses will stay in business, and knowing that most of the cost of solar panels is in the initial installation, and that solar panels only end up cheaper than fossil fuels in the long run because they're able to overcome the cost of the initial installation. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Heady.
Thank you, Mr. President. Responding to both the previous senators' arguments, I really don't see how much of that qualifies against this bill. This is just to give them solar panels as an option. They're not required by any metric. It's their choice. And also responding to the previous senator specifically, the buildings usually still exist after a business goes out of business. So this would actually be possibly better because it gives other small businesses that may come after if the previous one did not succeed, effectively a free solar panel so that they can reuse energy. This is kind of the point of renewable energy and solar panels, and I really see no downsides to that argument. It's completely voluntary, it helps out in the long run, and the solar panels are still there afterward. So those arguments I really don't see actually affecting this bill. I yield my time, and I urge for a vote unless there is opposition.
Is there any opposition to that position? Okay. The chair recognizes Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just question why? Why have this bill passed? Like, why have solar be a priority? I know a lot of people, or I should say some people, value solar energy, but we still use a lot of other energy means a lot, such as coal and oil. And while that may not be the best for the environment, it's still what the public opinion of how we should get energy is. So though I agree in a perfect world that, yeah, solar panels, amazing. While I do agree that that'll be beneficial, I believe that your urge for solar panels is more based on what you want rather than what the public wants. I yield my time.
For the sake of time, I will only be taking one more speech, and that would go to Senator Enke. Chair recognizes you.
Thank you, Mr. President. To have a rebuttal against the small businesses turning over, which again, what O'Brien said, 70% do turn over, that is tax credit that is totally erased from the government, and that is, the government has already paid for those solar panels, and if a business goes under, that money is just about gone. And we are losing so much money because we are installing solar panels on a non-guaranteed way of, if a business does come in, yeah, that's great, but they also have to either pay for those solar panels again or they recoup the cost that the government lost. I yield my time. Thank you.
Okay, unfortunately, due to limitations on time, we will have to vote at this time. So the secretary will open the vote. Would anyone like to change their vote? Seeing as there are 9 yeas and 3 nays, this bill has passed. So congratulations to everyone on a successful Senate session. The Senate is now adjourned.